I carry the wisdom that is from above. I do not walk in the path of confusion, for my steps are divinely ordered. I stand in soundness of mind and insight that surpasses the natural. I possess understanding in the hidden things of God. I speak with discernment, and my thoughts are governed by divine intelligence. I do not lack direction. My decisions are filled with clarity and excellence. The Lord has taught my hands to war and my fingers to fight. My responses are full of heaven's precision. I am not moved by the noise of the world. I remain steadfast in the flow of divine revelation. I function under divine alertness. My eyes are sharp, my heart perceptive, and my discernment unclouded. I detect shifts before they arrive, and I respond to divine nudges without hesitation. I do not miss timing. I do not overlook divine nudges. My instincts are tuned to the frequency of heaven. I sense what is to come and prepare as one led from above. It is written, the prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. I do not dwell in confusion. I walk with soundness of mind. My decisions are grounded in divine prompting. I am not double-minded. My steps are firm. My mind is settled. My gaze is steady. I do not second-guess the promptings of the Spirit. I act with confidence sourced from above. It is written, commit your way to the Lord. Trust in Him, and He will do it. I am not stagnant. I surge forward by grace. No hindrance holds me. No detour delays me. No trap ensnares me. I am a vessel in motion, guided by the breath of the Almighty. Where there once was resistance, now there is breakthrough. Where there once was delay, now there is acceleration. It is written, He makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He causes me to stand on the heights. My understanding is deep and fruitful. I comprehend mysteries hidden from the natural mind. Revelation flows like a river within me. My inner chambers are filled with light. I meditate on truth and bring forth treasures new and old. My comprehension is not shallow, for I have been taught by the Spirit. It is written, the unfolding of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. I am not weighed down by burdens I am not called to carry. My load is light because I walk in divine delegation. I operate in alignment with my divine jurisdiction. I do not overextend. I do not underperform. I labor in grace, not toil. My assignments are specific, and I walk within my spiritual boundary lines. It is written, the boundary lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. Surely I have a delightful inheritance. I speak from a place of divine sobriety. My words are measured and potent. I utter no idle chatter. My mouth brings edification, clarity, and strength. I sow words that produce impact. I speak life where there is decay. I release clarity where there is fog. It is written, a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in settings of silver. I am unshaken by shifting terrain. I remain anchored in what cannot be moved. I live above upheaval, unaffected by the noise. My posture is firm. My spirit is calm. My foundation is not human, it is eternal. I am not drawn into distractions. I do not entertain what is not mine to carry. It is written, He will be the sure foundation for your times, a rich store of salvation and wisdom and knowledge. I do not waste time. My moments are sacred. My days are filled with meaningful activity. I redeem every opportunity with wisdom. I walk efficiently, not hurried. I work diligently, not anxiously. My focus is clear and my direction guided. My effort is multiplied by divine partnership. It is written, teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. My thoughts are guarded by truth. My inner world is cultivated with diligence. No lie takes root in me. I uproot every suggestion not aligned with the word. My mind is not a battlefield, it is a fortress of divine insight. I reject uninvited narratives and nurture the eternal within. It is written, you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. I am unoffendable. I do not stumble over words, actions, or silence. My spirit is too rooted to be moved by fleeting moments. I give no room for bitterness to grow. I release others with joy. I hold no account of wrongs. I guard my soul with grace. I walk free of entanglements. It is written, great peace have those who love your law, and nothing can make them stumble. I cultivate inner stillness. I do not react, I respond. I do not rush, I wait. I do not strive, I flow. My heart is not noisy. My spirit is at rest. My movements are not born of panic, but birthed in divine rest. My response is not shaped by pressure, but by promise. It is written, in repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength. I carry clean hands and a pure heart. I approach each assignment without mixture. My intentions are untainted. I serve without manipulation. I love without agenda. I pursue without ambition. My motives are aligned with eternal perspective. I do not seek personal gain, I seek His glory. It is written, who may ascend the mountain of the Lord? The one who has clean hands and a pure heart. My atmosphere is saturated with divine order. Chaos does not rule my environment. I maintain boundaries, steward time, and prioritize the eternal. I do not give myself to endless cycles of distraction. I protect my space with purpose. I host a presence with reverence. I welcome only what aligns with the Father's will. It is written, let all things be done decently and in order. I am immune to deception. I walk in light. I test every spirit. I weigh every word. I discern the source behind every sound. I am not swayed by charisma, I am led by the Spirit. I hold fast to what is good. I reject what is false. I cling to what is genuine. It is written, Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. I am not impressed by outward display. I pursue substance over spectacle. I am drawn to fruit, not fanfare. I value obedience more than appearance. I walk with those who fear the Lord. I sit in the council of the humble. I seek no spotlight. I pursue no platform. I desire only the will of the one who sent me. It is written, He has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you, but to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God? My hunger is unending. I thirst for depth. I pursue the deep things of the Spirit. I am not content with surface understanding. I dig. I wait. I listen. I fasten myself to the feet of the Master. I incline my ear daily. I drink from ancient wells. I eat from divine tables. It is written, Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. I do not complain. I do not murmur. I do not dwell on what has not shifted. I speak what is consistent with promise. I wait with hope. I move with joy. I endure with patience. My mouth partners with heaven. My confession aligns with truth. My utterance gives way to breakthrough. It is written, Do everything without grumbling or arguing, so that you may become blameless and pure. I possess divine recall. I remember past deliverance. I meditate on fulfilled words. I reflect on victories already won. I build faith by remembrance. I rehearse no defeat. I call to mind no offense. I stir my soul with the memory of His hand. I live thankful, think hopeful, act faithful. It is written, I will remember the deeds of the Lord. Yes, I will remember your miracles of long ago. My alliances are spirit-led. I do not join what God has not joined. I do not partner by sentiment. I connect by instruction. I value divine alignment over human comfort. I walk only with those assigned to my journey. I disengage where grace has lifted. I honor where honor is due. It is written, Do not be yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship can light have with darkness? I am consistent. I am dependable. I do not flinch under pressure. I show up where assigned. I finish what I begin. I follow through to the end. I am not seasonal, I am steadfast. My witness is reliable. My yes is yes. My path is clear. It is written, Let your yes be yes, and your no, no. Anything more comes from the evil one. My hands are fruitful. My labor is blessed. My input yields return. I plant in faith. I water in diligence. I harvest in joy. I do not suffer waste. I do not lose reward. I do not chase vanity. I work with integrity. I serve with excellence. It is written, Whatever you do, Work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord. I am patient in process. I do not abort what heaven has initiated. I allow full maturity to take shape. I do not rush development. I stay in the furnace until the gold is pure. I endure the pruning. I accept the shaping. I trust the refining. It is written, let perseverance finish its work, so that ye may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. I do not harbor comparison. I celebrate others with sincerity. I bless without envy. I applaud without reservation. I recognize the uniqueness of my journey. I honor the lane of others. I fix my gaze on my race. I rejoice in their rising. I cheer their progress. It is written, rejoice with those who rejoice, mourn with those who mourn. I walk above criticism. I do not internalize slander. I do not entertain rumors. I do not return insult. I speak no evil. I respond with silence when necessary. I keep my eyes on the throne, not the crowd. I preserve my spirit from offense. I trust God to defend. It is written, do not repay anyone evil for evil. Be careful to do what is right in the eyes of everyone. I possess courage for obedience. I do not wait for applause. I do not delay out of fear. I rise when the command is given. I move without full detail when the instruction is clear. I yield even when it costs. I act even when misunderstood. I follow at all times. It is written, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. I am positioned at the gates of influence. I rise with favor that opens ancient doors. My name is known where it matters, and my voice is heard among those who rule. The mantle of leadership rests upon me. I am not behind. I am ahead by the Spirit. I walk in appointment and not delay. I wear the garment of readiness. I am not idle. I am diligent. I carry responsibility with grace. I am quick to act when heaven speaks. I function in divine timing and accuracy. I am where I ought to be. I miss no divine moment. I waste no spiritual opportunity. I stand in strength that does not waver. I carry the stamina of the Spirit. Weariness has no place in me. I am renewed like the eagle. My inner man is empowered daily. I run and do not grow tired. I rise when others faint. I am sustained by the arm of the Lord. I do not break under pressure. I thrive in adversity. I blossom in trials. My resilience is not of this world. I bear fruit in drought. I remain green in famine. I am unshakable, immovable, and always abounding in the work of the Lord. It is written, the Lord is my portion forever. I do not depend on human strength or provision. My source is eternal and unfailing. I am not limited by the systems of this world. I draw from the wells that never run dry. I receive supply from unseen realms. What I touch multiplies. Where I go, resources follow. I do not chase after wealth. Wealth is drawn to me by the grace upon my life. My barns are filled, and my vats overflow. I live in the overflow of the Lord's storehouse. I operate from abundance and distribute with generosity. I am not bound by past failures. I do not live in regret. My eyes are forward. I fix my gaze on what lies ahead. I press toward the upward call. I do not rehearse defeat. I rise from the ashes stronger. I am not defined by mistakes. I am refined by fire. My story is one of recovery and triumph. My journey is filled with redemption. I carry no shame. I am clothed in honor. I move on paths paved with mercy. My testimony is still unfolding. It is written, "The Lord will be your everlasting light." I am not groping in darkness. My path shines brighter each day. I am not lost. I know the way because He leads me. I am not confused. I walk in increasing illumination. Light surrounds my decisions. Light guards my relationships. Light governs my pursuits. I live in the day, not in the night. I am not afraid of the unknown, for He lights up the path before me. I build, and what I build stands. My work is not in vain. I am not laboring in circles. I am fruitful in every endeavor. The labor of my hands is blessed. I am a planter and a harvester. I lay foundations that last generations. I am trusted with legacy. I write vision that will not die. I raise up what will bless nations. I construct by revelation and not guesswork. I receive blueprints from the Spirit. I do not waste strength on things that will collapse. I invest where heaven endorses. It is written, "They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord." I am deeply rooted. I cannot be uprooted by storms. My roots go deep into the faithfulness of God. I am nourished by His promises. I am not shallow. I endure and flourish. I am not seasonal. I produce perpetually. My foundation is sure. I do not sway with trends. I stand when others fall. I remain when others scatter. I am established in what is eternal. My speech is seasoned and filled with life. I do not speak idle words. I carry authority in my tongue. I do not tear down, I build up. I speak what aligns with heaven. My declarations shift atmospheres. My words release healing. My voice carries weight. My tongue is not reckless, it is disciplined. I speak what edifies, strengthens, and uplifts. I do not echo fear, I proclaim faith. I do not gossip, I release truth in love. I do not curse, I bless. I do not delay in obedience. I act swiftly at His command. I do not argue with divine instruction. I follow even when I do not see the full picture. I trust beyond understanding. I obey beyond logic. My surrender is complete. My loyalty is unwavering. I am fully yielded. I do not hold back. I do not hesitate. I do not shrink back. I advance at His word. It is written, "The Lord makes my feet like the feet of a deer, and enables me to tread on the heights." I am made for elevation. I climb where others stumble. I rise when others plateau. I move from glory to glory. I scale walls and leap over barriers. I am not earthbound, I soar. I am lifted above limitation. I walk in realms of dominion. I dwell in high places. I am not subject to mediocrity. I ascend by grace. I rise by mercy. I am drawn upward by the breath of God. I am not forgotten. I am seen by the one who formed me. His eyes are upon me. His thoughts concerning me are countless. I am engraved on the palms of His hands. I do not beg for attention. I live in the gaze of the Almighty. I am remembered in seasons of silence. I am acknowledged even when unseen by men. I am not overlooked. I am divinely scheduled. My name is whispered in the courts of heaven. It is written, "The Lord surrounds His people, like the mountains surround Jerusalem." I am encircled by protection. I do not live exposed. I am guarded day and night. No evil shall befall me. No harm shall come near me. I sleep in safety. I rise in preservation. My life is shielded. My future is defended. The plans of the wicked are frustrated over me. The schemes of the enemy are dismantled. I live in the fortress of the Most High. I do not chase after man's applause. I do not need validation to walk in purpose. I do not adjust my assignment for popularity. I am approved by God. I am commissioned by heaven. I am not moved by opinion. I am anchored in divine instruction. I do not follow the crowd, I follow the cloud. I do not compare myself, I walk in my lane. I'm not competing, I am fulfilling. I do not mimic, I manifest. I walk in uncommon access. Doors that are shut to others open for me. I am granted entry into the inner chambers. I walk through gates with ease. Keys are released to me. I enter places without struggle. I am welcomed where others are rejected. I move where favor flows. Protocols are waived for me. What takes years for others takes moments for me. I receive invitations without asking. My presence is requested, not resisted. It is written, "I will go before you and level the mountains." Every hindrance is removed from my path. Obstacles are flattened, rough roads are made smooth, delays are turned into acceleration. I do not wander, I march forward. I do not stumble, I stride. I do not lag, I lead. I move unhindered. I break through. I enter and possess. I am not anxious about tomorrow. I am secure in His sovereignty. I do not worrying about the future. I know who holds it. I do not live in fear of the unknown. I am planted in trust. My confidence is rooted in His promises. I rest in the certainty of His plans. My tomorrow is better than today. My end is greater than my beginning. What lies ahead is filled with glory. What awaits me is prepared. It is written, the path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter. My journey is progressive. I do not regress. I do not stall. I grow steadily. I increase continually. I evolve under His hand. I mature in His will. I develop in His grace. I am not who I was yesterday. I will not remain who I am today. I am becoming more like Him daily. I am strengthened in purpose that cannot be shaken. I carry weight in the Spirit that transcends the natural. I am not vague or drifting. I walk in anchored purpose that is steadily unfolding. Every day reveals another layer of divine assignment. I am established in focus, unmoved by distractions. I am not scattered. I am concentrated. My energy is focused on what matters eternally. I give myself fully to the call placed upon me. I am not guessing through life. I am instructed from above. I have insight into divine patterns. My eyes are open to what others miss. I perceive beyond the surface. I see movements in silence and hear the whispers of divine wisdom. I operate in knowledge that cannot be taught by man. I am not blind to the activities of God. My spirit is sharp, my discernment refined. I am not caught off guard. I am always a step ahead. I discern time. I recognize season. I do not miss the moment assigned to my destiny. It is written, He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with Him. I have access to depths unknown. To the carnal mind, I move through layers of revelation that unlock hidden treasures. I uncover mysteries buried from the foundation of the world. I handle truth that sets captives free. I do not rely on guesswork. I function by revelation. I am a custodian of what eye has not seen and ear has not heard. I walk in invincibility crafted by divine covering. I cannot be sabotaged. I cannot be ensnared. I cannot be lured out of alignment. I move with divine awareness. The nets of deception are broken before me. The traps of error collapse under my feet. I cannot be manipulated. I will not be misled. My ears are tuned to the shepherd's voice. I hear clearly. I respond promptly. I follow accurately. I stay where He places me. I am trusted with sacred things. I carry what is holy. I hold what cannot be corrupted. I do not drop what I am given. I protect the deposit of heaven in me. I do not trade eternal riches for temporal applause. I am a guardian of that which the Lord has entrusted. I am consistent in my stewardship. I multiply what is handed to me. I am faithful in the unseen, committed in the quiet place. My fruit endures because my root is deep. It is written, the Lord will make you abound in every good work. My hands are fruitful. My efforts are never wasted. I move in diligence that multiplies. My excellence reflects His nature. I give my best without holding back. I am driven not by ambition, but by assignment. I do not compete. I complete divine intention. My output is multiplied supernaturally. I am a contributor to the will of God in the earth. I am not silenced by fear. I speak when others hesitate. I declare when others retreat. I raise my voice in agreement with heaven. I do not echo opinion, I release divine sound. My utterance is loaded with the breath of God. I release prophetic decrees that shift realms. I do not whisper what God has told me to announce. I do not apologize for what I'm anointed to reveal. I proclaim with boldness, with accuracy, and with integrity. I am not hidden for shame, I am hidden for glory. My obscurity is preparation, not punishment. I am being sharpened in silence. I am being molded in quiet. I am being constructed out of sight. When the time comes, I emerge with strength, with stature, with authority. I am not buried, I am planted. I am not lost, I am being positioned. When the appointed time comes, I appear in the fullness of His power. It is written, the righteous will flourish like a palm tree. They will grow like a cedar of Lebanon. I am not stagnant. I am expanding. I am developing. I am increasing in capacity. My growth is consistent and unstoppable. What begins small with me becomes mighty. I do not shrink back. I do not dwindle. I expand in strength. I rise in stature. I stretch into realms prepared for me. I am not owned by circumstance. My surroundings do not define me. I am not a product of my environment. I am a reflection of His glory. I carry atmosphere with me. I shift the ground I walk on. I don't adapt to darkness, I light up the place. I am not reactive, I am proactive in the Spirit. I command outcomes through divine alignment. What I touch transforms. Where I walk is altered. I do not panic in transition. I trust the one leading me through change. I do not resist movement, I embrace divine shifts. I travel light and advance fast. I shed what no longer serves my journey. I leave behind weights that slow me down. I do not mourn what was. I celebrate what is becoming. I am flexible to the wind of the Spirit. I am moved only by the direction of heaven. I am unafraid of the unfamiliar. It is written, your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, this is the way, walk in it. I receive instruction moment by moment. I am never left without direction. I do not wander without guidance. His voice is constant. His whisper is clear. I follow closely. I walk confidently. I make no detour from the path He sets. I do not deviate. I remain in step. I match His rhythm. I possess inner wealth that cannot be measured. I am rich in character. I am loaded with discipline. I overflow with resilience, I hold treasures of self-control, honor, and spiritual stamina. I am not easily shaken. I carry substance that remains when all else fades. I invest in what cannot be stolen. I preserve what cannot be corrupted. I am rooted in integrity. I grow in inner stature. I move without need for external applause. My validation is eternal. My affirmation is divine. I do not chase spotlight, I pursue obedience. I do not crave stage ice to add silence. I do not require platform, I build altar. I am not fueled by likes, I am driven by purpose. I do not perform, I obey. I do not compete, I abide. It is written, the Lord will be your confidence, and will keep your foot from being caught. My confidence is not arrogance, it is assurance. I walk with certainty because He goes before me. I take bold steps because the ground is made ready. I do not stumble. I do not hesitate. I do not fear collapse. I stand secure. I move forward with courage. I do not second guess what He has affirmed in me. I am the evidence of His mercy. My very existence testifies of His patience and power. I am a walking demonstration of grace. I live to reveal His kindness. I am not consumed because His compassion never fails. I do not forget where I've been brought from. I do not boast in myself. I reflect what He has done and is still doing. My life tells the story of redemption. I do not operate from wounds. I am not led by pain. I function from healing. I am whole. I am restored. I do not react, I respond with maturity. I do not speak from bitterness, I speak from understanding. I have been healed from what tried to define me. I have moved beyond the sting. I am not stuck in offense. I travel light in freedom. I forgive quickly. I release completely. I advance fully. It is written, those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy. I do not mourn forever. My weeping has produced something valuable. I do not waste sorrow. I convert pain into power. I have grown through difficulty. I have become through adversity. I have emerged refined. I am not the same. I am upgraded. I carry lessons that equip me for greater. I have perspective born from trials. I welcome refinement. I am not defensive when corrected. I grow from rebuke. I mature through discipline. I welcome the shaping hand of the Father. I do not fear the knife, I trust the gardener. He trims what doesn't bear fruit. He removes what distracts. He sharpens what's dull. I remain under His craftsmanship. I walk in holy timing. I do not force doors. I do not rush seasons. I do not fight divine pace. I am in sync with eternity's clock. I know when to move, when to pause, when to wait, and when to act. I am not late. I am not early. I arrive precisely when I'm called to. My delay is not denial, it is preparation. My waiting is not wasting, it is refining. It is written, He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. I am not drained. I am filled daily. I do not run on empty. I do not burn out. I have rivers within me that never run dry. I live refreshed. I work from rest. I am sustained by grace. I am strengthened by His Spirit. I am revived in every morning. I am restored in every hour. I carry solutions for problems I have not yet seen. I am an answer in human form. I do not echo problems, I bring divine perspective. I innovate from heaven's blueprint. I offer what the world cannot replicate. I speak into chaos and structure emerges. I step into confusion and clarity follows. I do not criticize, I construct. I do not tear down, I build up. I do not magnify lack, I manifest abundance. I live in victory that cannot be reversed. I have overcome by the one who overcame. I do not fight for victory, I fight from victory. I do not fear loss, I walk in gain. I do not carry defeat, I wear triumph. I do not anticipate failure, I expect manifestation. I do not retreat, I press forward. I win because He won. It is written, the God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. I live under open heavens. I operate with dominion. I have been given all authority in Christ. I do not submit to oppression. I do not bow to spiritual intimidation. I walk in conquest. I declare freedom. I enact victory. I reign with the King. I triumph by His Spirit. I am founded on the rock that cannot be moved. My steps are anchored in divine stability. I rise in the strength of the Most High, and I do not stagger. I am held upright by the everlasting arms. I walk through valleys without fear, because I am overshadowed by His presence. I am not shaken by the storm, for the one who commands the wind and the sea walks beside me. I am positioned in heavenly places. I am seated far above distress, defeat, and decay. I do not descend to confusion, for clarity is my portion. My eyes are fixed above, where eternal wisdom flows freely. I operate in the counsel of the Lord. I do not stumble in darkness, for light surrounds my path. It is written, the Lord is my portion and my inheritance. I am a vessel of purpose. My days are not wasted. My strength is not in vain. I pour into what matters and withdraw from what is hollow. I do not give myself to vanity, for my time is redeemed. I stretch toward excellence. I embrace the assignment of heaven. My life carries divine strategy. I walk according to a divine blueprint. I am not limited by time, for eternity fuels my purpose. I do not shrink when the path narrows. I advance because I am equipped. I am not overwhelmed by opposition, for within me is overcoming power. I do not linger in past seasons. I transition with grace. I am not bound by yesterday. I move with the God of the now. It is written, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him." I am surrounded by the favor of God. It wraps around me like a shield. I do not chase the applause of men. I walk in the approval of the one who formed me. Doors that matter open unto me. I enter where I'm sent, not where I'm tempted. I do not force what is not mine. I flow into places prepared by God. I carry the fragrance of grace. I am not buried under burdens. I am carried by strength beyond my own. I am not consumed by anxiety, for I drink from the still waters. I am not paralyzed by the unknown, for I follow the voice that knows all things. I rise above discouragement. I silence every internal noise that opposes his whisper. It is written, "The Lord will guide you continually and satisfy your soul." In drought, I am a builder of the unseen. I sow where others fear. I plant in faith and expect harvest. I do not withhold in fear of lack. I release with joy, for my source is abundant. I am not ruled by scarcity, for I am rooted in supernatural supply. I do not negotiate with fear. I speak to mountains and they move. I am not distracted by fleeting shadows. I fix my gaze on what endures. I pursue eternal fruit, not temporary gain. I do not store where moth and rust corrupt. I invest in what heaven values. I carry eternal perspective in a temporal world. I do not bend to pressure. I stand under divine commission. It is written, "The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open to their cry." I am aligned with divine order. I do not move ahead of God, nor lag behind his leading. I walk in step with his rhythm. My decisions are not impulsive. They are directed. My words are not careless. They are refined. I am clothed with wisdom and crowned with discretion. I speak with weight, not noise. I am not impressed by titles, only truth. I seek no recognition, only revelation. I do not compare my lane with another's. I am faithful in my field. I dig where I am planted. I nurture what is mine to tend. I prune what hinders growth. I do not delay obedience. It is written, "He who began a good work in you will complete it until the day of Christ." I am rooted in humility. I do not exalt myself. I am lifted by the hand of the Lord. I do not chase the platform. I dwell at the altar. I am not drawn to status. I am drawn to substance. I decrease that he may increase. I do not compete. I complete what he has placed in me. I walk quietly with power. I am content in every season, yet never complacent. I hunger for more, but not in greed. I thirst for depth, not surface. I seek intimacy over influence. I long for the secret place above the spotlight. I abide under the shadow. I am not lost in the crowd. I am known in the throne room. It is written, "You shall be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters do not fail. I am not consumed by delay. I am matured in the waiting. I do not despise preparation, I welcome it. I know that deep roots are grown in hidden seasons. I am not rushed by the timelines of men. I move at heaven's pace. I trust what I do not yet see. I stand even when I feel nothing. I believe beyond the visible. I am anchored in hope. My hope does not disappoint. I am not tossed by changing tides. I remain unmovable. I rise with expectation. I walk with faith that transcends logic. I am not confined to reason. I flow by revelation. I embrace the mysteries of God with joy. It is written, "He who trusts in the Lord shall be like Mount Zion, which cannot be moved, but abides forever." I am protected from schemes that I never see. I am preserved in battles I never knew existed. I am shielded by mercy, guarded by angels, and upheld by grace. I walk through danger untouched. I am not vulnerable to destruction, for the hand of the Lord encamps around me. I am not defined by scars. I am marked by mercy. I do not carry the labels of past failures. I wear the robe of righteousness. I do not revisit shameful places. I reside in redemption. I have been pulled out of the pit and placed on solid ground. My testimony is being written in power. It is written, "The Lord will perfect that which concerns you." I am refreshed by the breath of God. I do not operate on empty. I draw from eternal wells. My strength is renewed like the eagles. I am not dry in spirit. I overflow with vitality. I carry resurrection life. What is dead around me springs to life because of who lives within me. I am not weary in well-doing. I continue with perseverance. I am not distracted by noise. I am tuned to the frequency of heaven. I hear the whisper in the whirlwind. I recognize the sound of my shepherd. I do not follow strangers. I discern between truth and deception. My ears are trained. My eyes are open. My spirit is alert. It is written, "You shall go out with joy and be led forth with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing." I am surrounded by divine appointments. My path is ordered. My encounters are orchestrated. My life is not random. I do not wander without purpose. I am led by a faithful guide. I am a sign and a wonder. I do not walk in circles. I journey toward promise. Every step is a testimony. Every season is a setup. I am a light in the night. I do not dim to fit in. I shine because I reflect Him. I do not apologize for the anointing. I carry oil that cannot be quenched. I do not burn out. I burn steadily. I am lit by heaven's flame. I illuminate dark corners by presence, not pretense. It is written, "The Lord your God in your midst, the Mighty One, will save. He will rejoice over you with gladness. I am lifted by unseen hands. I am sustained by grace that cannot be explained. I am carried through fires that would consume others. I emerge untouched. I pass through rivers and do not drown. I face lions and am unharmed. I stand where others fall. I am preserved for a reason. I am not ordinary. I am heaven's design. I do not fit the mold of the world. I am shaped by the potter. I am refined in the furnace, yet never consumed. I am molded in love. I am crafted in purpose. I am released in power. I carry fingerprints of eternity. It is written, He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. I am a reflection of the faithfulness of God. I am evidence that He does not forsake. I am proof that mercy triumphs. I am the outcome of prayers spoken in secret. I am the answer to generations who cried out. I carry legacy. I continue what began before me. I will hand off more than I received. I am filled with confidence, not in myself, but in Him. I do not second guess His voice. I do not doubt His call. I do not delay when He sends. I walk where others hesitate. I speak what must be said. I stand where others withdraw. I do not cower, I advance. It is written, Your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, This is the way, walk in it. I am not afraid of endings. I trust the one who authors beginnings. I do not mourn what He prunes. I rejoice in what He preserves. I do not fight closed doors. I celebrate the ones He opens. I walk forward with boldness. I journey into promise without regret. I do not live in reverse. I press forward with purpose. I am awake to the movement of God. I perceive His presence in silence. I recognize His hand in the subtle. I do not wait for thunder to believe. I move at the rustle of His garment. I am not hardened by familiarity. I remain tender to wonder. I carry awe. It is written, The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. I am continually strengthened by the power of the Most High. I walk in divine stability and unwavering focus. Nothing shakes the foundation I stand upon, for I am built on the wisdom of God. My feet are set firmly upon the rock of His instruction, and I cannot be moved. My decisions are aligned with His insight, and my outcomes are fruitful. Every step I take is ordered by the one who sees the end from the beginning. I walk with precision, not guessing, not doubting. I operate with the knowledge that I am backed by divine foresight. The pathways before me are illuminated by heavenly understanding. I do not stumble, because I see through the eyes of the Spirit. I receive unusual clarity. Confusion is not my portion. I am not lost. I am not double-minded. I hear the whisper of direction and follow it with assurance. The doors I enter, the ones ordained for my rising. I do not chase opportunity, I attract purpose. I walk into rooms prepared for my assignment, not for applause. The power to endure is alive within me. I do not give up when the weight presses against me. I carry responsibility with grace, for I am equipped beyond what is seen. When others faint, I rise. When strength fails around me, the hand of God lifts me above the waves. I do not drown in adversity. I soar over it. I am not hidden. I am not buried under insignificance. I rise above the shadows and walk in the light of divine visibility. I am not afraid of being seen, for what shines through me is not mine, it is the radiance of my Creator. He showcases His glory through my life. I am not overlooked, because my time is not governed by man's recognition, but by God's appointment. It is written, "You will be blessed in the city and blessed in the country." I am marked by divine consistency. My words are seasoned, my actions are wise, and my character is unwavering. I am the same in silence as I am in sight. What I say is what I do. I do not waver in integrity. My inner man is aligned with righteousness. Doors do not open to flattery. They respond to favor. I walk with favor. The oil on my life makes a way where logic cannot. Protocols are bypassed on my behalf. Hearts are stirred to support what I carry. I do not force my way into places. I am summoned. I am remembered at the right time. I do not need to compete. My place is reserved by grace. It is written, "The Lord your God will set you high above all the nations on earth." I am not reactive. I am strategic. I don't fight every battle. I engage only in what has eternal value. My energy is protected. My time is treasured. My efforts are assigned. I am not everywhere. I am positioned where purpose calls. My voice carries weight. It is not noise, it is sound with impact. When I speak, heaven echoes. My declarations are not empty words. They are keys unlocking possibilities. I don't speak out of emotion, I speak from revelation. I decree what aligns with God's will, and it is established. It is written, "The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of His bounty, to bless all the work of your hands. My hands are fruitful. What I touch prospers. My projects carry divine signature. I do not labor in vain. My creativity flows from the mind of Christ. I solve problems. I birth solutions. I do not imitate. I innovate. I don't copy the world, I reflect the kingdom. I am free from limitations. My boundaries are expanded by divine design. Where others see walls, I see windows. Where others see dead ends, I see passageways. I think differently. I imagine beyond logic. My expectations are not capped by experience, they are expanded by covenant. It is written, "You will lend to many nations, but will borrow from none." I am not in lack. I am not begging for a help. I am a channel, not just a container. I don't just receive, I release. I steward resources wisely. I don't chase riches, I carry wealth. wealth in wisdom, wealth in insight, wealth in obedience, wealth in generosity. I do not hoard, I multiply. The blessing of the Lord distinguishes me. I don't blend into mediocrity. I don't settle in average. I function in the excellence of the Spirit. I don't compare. I'm not in competition. I am confident in my unique assignment. What God has given me is enough. It is written, you will always be at the top, never at the bottom. I live above the noise. I rise above distraction. I refuse to be derailed by drama. My mind is fixed on things above. I filter my focus. I protect my momentum. I reject unnecessary battles. I pursue only what aligns with my destiny. I walk in full authority. I am not intimidated by resistance. I am not silenced by doubt. I carry the boldness of the Spirit. I speak with confidence. I advance without apology. I don't wait for permission to obey God. It is written, the Lord will grant that the enemies who rise up against you will be defeated before you. No opposition can withstand what I carry. I am not afraid of rising warfare. I'm assured of guaranteed victory. Every tongue that rises against me falls powerless. I am shielded. I am defended. I am upheld by the right hand of God. There is no delay in the Spirit. What is mine is not lost. What is promised is not denied. The hand of the Lord is working, even in the silence. I do not worry when I don't see immediate results. I trust the timing of God. Delay is not denial. Waiting is not wasted. Patience is a weapon, and I wield it well. I am aligned with divine patterns. I don't chase shortcuts. I embrace the process. I grow through the hidden seasons. I build when no one is watching. I develop when no one applauds. The hidden years are not void, they are foundational. It is written, the Lord will establish you as his holy people. I am not random. My life is intentional. I am selected. I am separated. I am preserved. I am not exposed to destruction. I am kept for glory. I am not lost in the crowd. I am etched into the plan of God. My thoughts are not polluted by fear. My heart is not gripped by anxiety. My nights are not plagued by unrest. I sleep in assurance. I rise in clarity. I function in calm confidence. I am not easily shaken. I carry the assurance that he who began a good work in me will complete it. I am not forgotten. Heaven remembers me. My name is known. My tares are counted. My labor is recorded. My obedience is recognized. I am not invisible to the one who sees in secret. What I do quietly will be rewarded openly. It is written, the Lord will make you the head. I operate above systems that fail. I am governed by principles that sustain. I build on the solid ground of eternal wisdom. I don't depend on human predictions. My source is unshakable. My confidence is in the never-failing supply of the Lord. I am not distracted by trends. I'm anchored in truth. I'm not blown by every opinion. I'm rooted in conviction. I don't bend with every wave. I stand firm. My convictions do not fluctuate with culture. They are anchored in what is eternal. I thrive under pressure. I grow through pruning. I increase in stretching. Nothing is wasted. Every season has value. Every delay has purpose. Every test has fruit. I do not complain, I discern. I don't murmur, I mature. I do not seek approval. I am already accepted. I do not need validation to obey. I do not wait for applause to move. I do not shrink for comfort. I rise for purpose. It is written, the Lord will bless you in the land He is giving you. I am not out of place. I am planted in the soil of my calling. I don't wander without direction. I grow where I'm assigned. I flourish where I am sent. I do not envy another man's field. I cultivate what's in my hand. My spirit is alert. I discern what others overlook. I recognize divine instructions. I respond quickly. I obey fully. I act immediately. I don't need confirmation when God has spoken. I move with the word as my compass. I am not a victim of chance. I am a product of purpose. My life is not an accident. My path is not without meaning. Every experience is shaping the vessel I am becoming. I do not regret my process. I honor my preparation. I rise in strength. I rise in wisdom. I rise in understanding. I rise in power. I rise in direction. I rise in fruitfulness. I rise in discernment. I rise in purpose. I rise in revelation. I rise in faith. I rise in stature. I rise in destiny. I rise in favor. I rise. I walk in unstoppable dominion. I tread on territory assigned to me with undisturbed certainty. My movement is not limited by fear or hesitation. I press forward with bold vision, not distracted by opinions or discouraged by resistance. I am unhindered. I am unshaken. I am unrestrained. I am fully awakened to the greatness within me. The gifts deposited in my spirit are active and alive. I do not bury what I have been given. I do not wait for ideal conditions. I release what I carry into the world with boldness and diligence. My potential is not dormant, it is in motion. I do not live beneath the weight of indecision. My choices are firm, my direction is clear, and my goals are anchored in divine instruction. My thoughts are governed by wisdom, not emotion. I respond with understanding, not impulse. I am led by revelation, not reaction. It is written, "You'll go out in joy and be led forth in peace." The mountains and hills will burst into song before you. I refuse to live beneath the expectations of the world. I rise far above limitations constructed by experience, education, or environment. I do not conform to low expectations. I exceed every standard set by man. For I walk with the Creator of all excellence. I flourish in the rhythm of divine timing. I do not rush ahead. I do not lag behind. I am perfectly positioned in the schedule of heaven. I do not live in the past. I do not fear the future. I am rooted in the now, trusting in the one who holds time in his hands. I expand in capacity daily. My abilities stretch, my understanding deepens, and my strength multiplies. I am not stuck in former levels. I outgrow what no longer serves my purpose. I embrace the challenge of elevation. I do not remain where comfort dwells. I ascend to where calling leads. It is written, the path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. I will not be silent in the face of intimidation. My voice is necessary. My presence is significant, and my life is impactful. I do not shrink in adversity. I rise with inner courage. I speak with authority birthed in the secret place. I will not be hushed. I will not be dimmed. I dwell in the covering of divine strength. Weariness may visit, but it will not stay. I do not surrender to exhaustion. My spirit is recharged with each step of obedience. I gain fresh wines as I walk in alignment. I do not run on my own strength. I move by divine enablement. The territory given to me is not negotiable. I will not forfeit my inheritance through distraction, doubt, or delay. I possess what has been spoken over me. I move forward into what has been set aside for my destiny. I recover what was stolen. I secure what is mine. It is written, I will give you every place where you set your foot. I am alert to divine appointments. I do not miss moments of transition. I recognize signs when they appear. I do not need confirmation when I hear the voice of God. My spirit is trained to detect shifts. I move when the wind of the Spirit moves. My hands are trained for specific victories. I do not engage in every conflict. I win the battles assigned to my calling. I wield the tools I have been given with mastery. I do not fight blindly. I fight with purpose, with strategy, and with grace. My life is marked by unexplainable results. My achievements are not logical, they are supernatural. I accomplish beyond what resources suggest. I overcome beyond what the odds predict. I succeed beyond what history indicates. My life is a reflection of divine power, not human planning. It is written, with God we will gain the victory, and He will trample down our enemies. I do not recycle the same struggles. I break cycles. I break patterns that hinder growth. I do not repeat failures of past generations. I step into new patterns of victory, expansion, and transformation. I pioneer a new narrative. I live in a constant state of readiness. I am prepared for what I prayed for. I do not sabotage divine opportunities by lack of preparation. I rise early in purpose. I remain vigilant. I sharpen my gifts. I increase my capacity. I am ready for open doors. Before they open, the atmosphere around me aligns with favor. Situations shift in my direction. Hearts open on my behalf. Conversations work in my favor. Delays turn to acceleration. Interruptions birth upgrades. I carry an atmosphere of the miraculous. It is written, you will call, and the Lord will answer. You will cry for help, and He will say, here am I am never without options. I am never at a dead end. I always have access to divine strategies. When one path closes, another is revealed. I see hidden exits. I find uncommon openings. I hear instructions others miss. I follow the voice that leads to victory. I do not operate by guesswork. I function with intentionality. I do not drift through days. I move with the wisdom that redeems time. I measure moments, maximize opportunities, and make every second count. I do not settle for half measures. I finish what I start. I follow through. I do not abandon my assignment halfway. I persist through the obstacles. I complete the vision. I see the reward of perseverance. It is written, you need to persevere, so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. I am clothed in divine confidence. I am not swayed by rejection or shaken by delay. I know who I am, and I know whose I am. My confidence is not in my performance, it is in His promises. I am not trying to prove myself, I am walking out what's already been spoken. I am a builder of what lasts. I do not engage in temporary efforts. I plant seeds that grow into legacies. I build systems that outlive me. I pour into foundations that endure storms. My work is not shallow, it is rooted, enduring, and effective. I do not wait for inspiration. I move by discipline. I do not depend on motivation, I am led by consistency. I show up when it's hard. I follow through when it's inconvenient. I carry the character to complete what I commit to. It is written, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. I am not defined by past losses. I learn, I grow, I evolve, but I do not retreat. I move forward with the insight that past pain cannot paralyze me. The past does not anchor me. It educates me. I do not dwell in regret, I build in revelation. I do not chase applause. I do not need visible recognition to validate internal obedience. I serve in the background with excellence. I lead in silence with strength. I do not fade when unseen, I flourish even in obscurity. I am not moved by emotional storms. I navigate through pressure with wisdom and restraint. I do not speak out of frustration. I respond from a place of anchored truth. My emotions do not control my behavior. My spirit leads my actions. It is written, The sovereign Lord has given me a well-instructed tongue, to know the word that sustains the weary. I am a source of clarity to those in confusion. I carry insight that breaks uncertainty. My words bring understanding. My presence brings order. My influence causes systems to function correctly. I bring alignment where there is chaos. I do not entertain fear of failure. I do not rehearse what could go wrong. I live with the courage to attempt great things. I take risks in faith. I move when others hesitate. I initiate when others pause. I do not wait to feel ready. I step out with confidence in God. I walk in continuous development. I do not resist growth. I am being refined. I embrace correction. I welcome instruction. I adjust quickly. I am teachable. I evolve through the discomfort of discipline. It is written, the one who gets wisdom loves life. The one who cherishes understanding will soon prosper. I live in precision. I do not guess where I should go. I hear the voice behind me saying, this is the way. I trust the divine blueprint. I do not improvise with destiny. I follow the design mapped out for me in advance. I do not stagnate. I rise continually. I outgrow former versions of myself. I do not settle in what was once enough. I expand. I stretch. I rise into new capacity. I operate in levels unimagined. I do not live defensively. I live offensively. I do not just withstand. I advance. I take ground. I occupy new dimensions. I do not only protect what I have, I claim what is yet to be possessed. It is written, the God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. My declarations do not return void. My words shift environments. My alignment produces evidence. I don't wonder if it's working, I know it is. The results may be invisible now, but the impact is already unfolding. I conclude nothing prematurely. I don't speak defeat in the middle of a story. I do not declare endings that heaven has not spoken. I wait to see what God will do. Even when the scene looks unfinished, my posture is always one of expectation. I lean forward in faith. I anticipate divine movements. I live with readiness for acceleration. I do not prepare for disappointment, I prepare for fulfillment. I have the mind of Christ. I carry understanding that transcends intellect. I perceive what cannot be taught in classrooms. I grasp mysteries others overlook. I reason with eternal insight. My decisions reflect heaven's wisdom. It is written, call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. I do not operate in the realm of limitation. I think without restriction. I dream without boundaries. I function without fear. I act without hesitation. I live without compromise. I walk without chains. I am made for this season. I am assigned to this moment. I am graced for what's ahead. I have what it takes. I will not hold back. I will not delay. I will not doubt. I have been brought into a place of abundance. The hand of the Lord has lifted me beyond the boundaries that once confined me. I dwell under the canopy of His favor, and I move forward by His decree. No barrier can resist the voice that called light out of darkness and now speaks on my behalf. I have divine insight, and I am no longer bound by natural limitation. I walk in clarity, and my understanding is enlightened by the Spirit. The thoughts of the Lord are now within me, and I respond to life from a higher wisdom. My steps are sure, and my vision is accurate. The days of wandering are over. I am established in the plans of the Lord. I have not been left to figure life out alone. I am led continually, and I drink from springs that never run dry. There is no confusion in my path. I walk straight, steady, and full of purpose. I no longer function under pressure. My life flows with divine rhythm. I rise with strength, and I lie down with contentment. My soul is guarded with calm assurance. I am not shaken by what surrounds me, because I am rooted in what is eternal. I am not dependent on what is visible. I function from the unseen realm, where all things are already complete. I call things into being by the authority of the One who made me. What I declare with faith takes form, because I am in agreement with the word that cannot fail. It is written, "Your eyes will see this and rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like the grass." I receive this word as my reality. My strength multiplies. My body responds to divine power. My inner man is renewed and filled with vitality beyond human measure. I do not merely exist. I flourish in every space I enter. I am as a tree planted by rivers, bearing fruit in all seasons. I bring solutions where others see problems. I carry grace where there was only struggle. My life becomes a source of refreshment for others. I do not run out, I overflow. There is always more than enough, because the one who supplies me is limitless. I do not live by calculation, I live by promise. I do not live by chance, I live by covenant. I am not at the mercy of the economy or of any system. I am aligned with the kingdom that cannot be moved. It is written, "There shall be radiance over the goodness of the Lord, over the grain, the wine, and the oil, and over the young of the flock and the herd. Their life shall be like a watered garden, and they shall languish no more." This is a description of my portion. I lack no good thing. I have the oil of heaven poured upon me. The vineyard of my life bursts with divine yield. I have authority to shift atmospheres. Where there was heaviness, I bring light. Where there was despair, I bring certainty. The words that come from my mouth are not empty. They carry power to break cycles and establish new beginnings. What I speak in alignment with the will of the Father takes root in the earth. I am not late. I am not behind. I am right on time in the schedule of the Spirit. My life unfolds in divine sequences. I refuse to compare my timeline with another's. I have a unique path, and every step I take is counted with purpose. What seems slow is actually intentional. What seems hidden is being prepared for display. I am not striving to be accepted. I already belong. My identity is not in my efforts, but in the one who chose me. I am not defined by performance, but by his proclamation. I have been set apart, not because of anything I did, but because of his own will and goodness. It is written, I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. My past cannot steal from my future. Every stolen moment is returned in full. Every missed opportunity is redeemed. What I thought was gone forever is being restored with interest. I am marked by heaven. There is an imprint of glory on my life that cannot be erased wherever I go. I am recognized not by status, but by spiritual distinction. The hand of the Almighty is upon me, and his favor opens doors no man can shut. My words do not echo empty declarations, they are instruments of construction. I build with my voice. I establish with my declarations. I partner with heaven to shape what is yet to be seen. I am not waiting for things to happen, I am speaking them into being with the confidence of a co-heir. I am not afraid of advancement. I was created for increase. I embrace elevation without fear, knowing I am strengthened for every new level. I carry the capacity for growth. I do not shrink from responsibility, because I have been made strong in the Lord. It is written, and your ancient ruins shall be rebuilt. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations. I am a rebuilder. I do not just survive, I repair what has been broken. I lay down stones of righteousness and lift up beams of truth for others to walk upon. I create a legacy that outlives me. My heart is steadfast. I am not double-minded. I do not waver between options. I have heard the voice of the shepherd, and I follow with certainty. My path is singular. My gaze is fixed. My purpose is clear. I do not turn back, and I do not hesitate. I refuse the narrative of limitation. I am not bound by the restrictions others place on me. I have divine permission to grow, to build, to expand, to conquer. I walk with boldness, because the Lord has made room for me. It is written, out of them shall come songs of thanksgiving, and the voices of those who celebrate. I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. Celebration is my lifestyle. I do not live waiting for good news, I carry it with me. I am the evidence of answered prayers and the result of divine faithfulness. I have been equipped for this generation. I am not misplaced in history. I am not irrelevant. I have a voice that carries weight, a spirit that is awakened, and hands that are ready to work. My presence on the earth is intentional and essential. I am disciplined in spirit. I do not yield to distractions. I steward time with diligence. I prioritize what is eternal over what is urgent. I invest in the unseen, knowing that what is built in the Spirit cannot be destroyed by circumstance. I do not dwell in regret. I have been forgiven, washed, and empowered. I look forward with hope and walk onward with faith. Yesterday has no hold on me. I have stepped into the now of God's purpose, and I move forward in strength. It is written, the wilderness and the dry land shall be glad. The desert shall rejoice and blossom like the crocus. I blossom in barren places. I bring life. Where there was nothing, my hands carry productivity, and my spirit carries resurrection power. I do not depend on favorable conditions. I bring favor with me. I'm not seeking perfect surroundings. I create them through grace. I release life, light, and order everywhere I go. I am fully awake. I am not spiritually asleep. I perceive the times. I understand the movements of heaven. I do not miss moments, because I am alert in the Spirit. My senses are trained, and my discernment is sharp. It is written, you shall go out in joy, and be led forth in peace. The mountains and the hills before you shall break forth into singing. Even nature responds to the favor of God upon me. Obstacles turn into celebrations. Resistance turns into praise. The path opens up, and I move forward without hindrance. I am not stagnant. I am progressing. Even in silence, I am growing. Even in waiting, I am maturing. Nothing in my life is wasted. Every season has value. Every step is necessary. Every lesson is fuel for what's ahead. I will not be silenced. My voice carries purpose. My declarations shape atmospheres. I speak life when others speak fear. I speak hope when others are silent. My mouth is filled with divine utterance, and my words are seasoned with power. I do not carry burdens alone. I am yoked with the one who is gentle and lowly in heart. I find rest for my soul even as I press forward. I do not burn out, because I burn with the fire of the Spirit. It is written, I will give you a new heart, and a new spirit I will put within you. I have been made new. My desires have been transformed. My motivations are pure. My actions flow from a heart that is yielded and a spirit that is made alive. I am not shaped by disappointment. I am molded by hope. I do not adopt the identity of failure. I wear the name that was written for me before time began. I rise after every fall. I soar after every storm. I thrive where others said I would fall. My footsteps are ordered. My hands are blessed. My thoughts are aligned. My destiny is secure. The goodness of the Lord surrounds me. The mercy of the Lord follows me. The voice of the Lord directs me. I move in divine momentum that cannot be stopped. I will not fear tomorrow. Tomorrow will fear me, because I enter it with the full backing of heaven. The King goes before me. The way's clear, the doors are open, the favor is flowing, the victory is mine. Nothing in my life is delayed without purpose, and nothing comes prematurely. Every occurrence unfolds by the precise instruction of heaven. I am not governed by human schedules or external expectations. I function within divine intervals where eternal realities manifest without resistance. My foundation is unshakable. I have been grounded in a kingdom that cannot collapse. My footing is secure, not in shifting sand, but upon the unchanging word that established the heavens. I am anchored beyond circumstances. I do not sway with opinions. My posture is firm and unbending. My covenant is everlasting. I do not walk in partial promises. I live under the fullness of divine agreement. Nothing can annul what the Lord has sworn over me. His words are not suggestions. They are decrees sealed in righteousness and upheld by His own integrity. It is written, I will rejoice in doing them good, and I will plant them in this land in faithfulness, with all my heart and all my soul. I am planted by divine commitment. I am not merely placed, I am embedded in territory with intention. My presence is not temporary. I am established by design. I do not carry the residue of defeat. I walk in the evidence of redemption. There is no remnant of shame upon me. I am cloaked in righteousness and carry the fragrance of consecration. I do not revisit what was buried. I journey forward with fresh garments, purified by the hands of mercy. My words activate transformation. I do not speak empty sound, I release divine intent. My declarations align with the Spirit and bring reformation to the natural realm. What I say under the prompting of heaven becomes a channel for reconstruction, the invisible bows to my utterance. I am sharpened for spiritual combat. I am not passive in the face of resistance. I engage with discernment and respond with strategic wisdom. I do not wrestle blindly, I prevail through insight. Every opposition reveals a new realm of dominion prepared for me. It is written, I will open rivers on the bare heights, and fountains in the midst of the valleys. Impossible places yield to my presence. Where others see drought, I uncover rivers. Where dryness abounds, I produce outpouring. I carry within me the current of divine flow. I will not settle in transitional places. I journey until completion. I do not build altars in unfinished spaces. I walk past partial manifestations until full promise is birthed. I am not distracted by momentary progress. I pursue fulfillment without fatigue. I stand under the shadow of preservation. I am hidden in the shelter of the Most High. Destruction passes by me. Calamity cannot locate me. The hand that shields me cannot be pierced. I do not flinch under pressure. I remain concealed by divine protection. I am not identified by limitation. I embody capacity. Every challenge only reveals the breadth of potential within me. Every obstacle draws out another layer of strength previously undiscovered. I am never diminished. I multiply under pressure. It is written, He brought them out with silver and gold, and there was none among his tribes who stumbled. I emerge from every season with treasures. I do not exit wounded or impoverished. I come forth enriched and upright, lacking no strength, missing no piece of purpose. I do not operate in reaction. I move with premeditated grace. I live with foresight. I am ahead of the curve. I carry the counsel of the Lord, and I walk with accuracy. I do not stumble through decisions. I proceed with deliberate steps, ordered by omniscience. My thoughts are not bound by limitation. My mind has been renewed, and I now access higher intelligence. I think creatively. I reason righteously. I imagine without restriction. I interpret matters with supernatural insight that surpasses intellect. I do not speak from wounds. I speak from healing. My words are not rooted in trauma, they are sourced from wholeness. I minister from what is restored, not what is broken. I carry the sound of renewal, not regret. I am a voice of restoration. It is written, The path of the righteous is like the light of dawn, which shines brighter and brighter until full day. I am on an ever-increasing path. My journey does not regress. My light intensifies. My influence expands. There is no dusk in my destiny. I am not intimidated by scale. I was made to handle magnitude. Big dreams do not frighten me. Wide doors do not overwhelm me. High callings do not paralyze me. I was designed to rise with every demand. My spirit enlarges to accommodate divine assignments. I do not return to what was abandoned. I press into what is ahead. I am not called to backward glances. I face forward with unwavering vision. I let go of expired assignments and grasp what is freshly revealed. It is written, Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I am aware of the shift. I do not miss divine movement. I perceive what is emerging. I step into it boldly. I embrace the new without clinging to the familiar. My spirit is agile. I move swiftly when the Lord speaks. I do not delay in obedience. I do not debate instructions. I respond with readiness. I am not heavy with hesitation, I am light with submission. My momentum is maintained by my quick response. I do not operate in scarcity. I live in divine surplus. My supply does not run dry because my source is inexhaustible. I draw from wells that do not deplete. My provision multiplies. I carry enough to sustain others. I am a warehouse of heaven's abundance. I will not fall in battle. I have been fortified. My armor is complete. My training is thorough, and my victory is assured. I do not shrink when war arises. I advance with confidence, knowing the outcome has already been declared. It is written, You have given me the shield of your salvation. and your right hand supported me, and your gentleness made me great. My greatness is sourced in his strength, not mine. My posture is confident, but my root is humility. I rise without arrogance because I lean on his sustaining hand. I will not confuse fatigue with failure. Tiredness is not defeat. I am allowed to rest, but I do not retreat. I pause only to be refilled, not to resign. I understand the value of pacing. I move by the Spirit's breath, not by pressure. My influence is not confined to location. My reach is not limited to geography. I extend beyond borders. My voice travels into spaces my feet have not entered. My impact touches lives I'll never meet in person. I am multiplied by grace. I do not chase visibility. I pursue authenticity. I do not strive for recognition. I focus on alignment. My value is not determined by audience size, but by obedience depth. I do not perform, I remain faithful. It is written, the Lord will guide you continually and satisfy your desire in scorched places and make your bones strong. I am not left to navigate blindly. I have constant direction. Even in unfamiliar terrain, I have clarity. My core is strengthened, and my desire is fulfilled even in difficulty. I do not rehearse losses. I recount victories. I do not nurture what hurt, I magnify what healed. My memory is trained to recall deliverance. My focus is disciplined to highlight the works of the Lord. I am fueled by faith, not weighed down by past wounds. My household is covered. Everything under my roof is saturated in divine oversight. My atmosphere is governed by righteousness. No intrusion of darkness can remain. My space is a territory of peace, power, and purpose. I do not dwell in cycles. I move in progression. Patterns of the past are broken. I am not bound to repeat what was. My history has no grip on my identity. I emerge from loops and step into new layers of destiny. It is written, the righteous will never be moved. He will be remembered forever. I have permanence in divine memory. I am not overlooked. My faith is not forgotten. My acts of obedience are recorded. My consistency is known before the throne. I do not borrow language from fear. I speak from the vocabulary of faith. I articulate hope, authority, and purpose. I do not entertain dread. My words invite light and repel anxiety. I do not echo the concerns of the world. I repeat the promises of God. I am not built for survival. I am designed for dominion. I do not exist to make it through. I exist to transform, to occupy, to restore. I carry blueprints for change. I bring order where there was disorder. I do not maintain, I advance. I will not fear endings. Every conclusion is a setup for greater emergence. I do not mourn what has expired. I celebrate what is about to begin. My endings are pregnant with new beginnings. Nothing ends without birthing more. It is written, I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. I am a recipient of divine outpouring. I am not dry. I am saturated with presence. I overflow with vision, with power, with clarity. The Spirit within me is active, fresh, and ever increasing. I will not be silent in seasons of shift. I will declare boldly what I've seen and heard. I will trumpet what heaven has whispered. I will not be intimidated into silence. I will raise my voice with conviction and call forth the new. I am not disposable. I am essential. I was placed with foresight. I carry purpose that solves problems. I am not random. I am strategic. My life is an answer, and my presence is intentional. I do not question my place, I embrace it. I live in the overflow of divine wisdom. I respond with insight beyond my years. I speak with knowledge beyond my study. I move with revelation beyond my understanding. I have access to heavenly insight that makes hidden things plain. I move forward in divine authority. I am positioned for exploits, appointed for the unusual, and marked for the extraordinary. I walk in full alignment with divine timing. Nothing can hinder what God has set in motion in my life. Every boundary that stood in my way collapses at the command of heaven. I live under open doors that no one can shut. I am not bound by history or hindered by what was. I am a partaker of new beginnings. The former things have passed away, and behold, the new has come. I embrace the unfolding of divine strategy, and I rise into the high places ordained for me. I operate in divine distinction, and I am set apart for divine manifestation. I walk with the wisdom that surpasses the age. My understanding is sharpened by heaven's light. I do not stumble in decision-making. I choose rightly, guided by the whispers of the Spirit. Every assignment I carry is sealed with grace and crowned with favor. There is no delay in my purpose. What is for me finds me. It is written, call to me, and I will answer you, and will tell you great and hidden things that you have not known. I receive insight that transforms regions. I carry clarity that dismantles confusion. I speak with conviction, and my words establish order. I do not echo the noise of the world. I declare the decree of my King. I am the vessel of wisdom in rooms of uncertainty. I am the stillness in the storm. I bring the counsel of the Lord wherever I go. I will not be intimidated by resistance. The one who called me equips me. The strength I carry is not my own. It is divine power working through me. I am not easily shaken. I am anchored. I am stable. I am rooted in what cannot be moved. It is written, the Lord is near to all who call on Him, to all who call on Him in truth. My life is a mirror of divine integrity. I do not compromise. I do not bend for the applause of men. I stand upright, even when it costs me comfort. I walk the narrow path with confidence, knowing it leads to eternal reward. I am clothed in righteousness. I am wrapped in obedience. My assignments are tailor-made. I do not envy others, nor do I covet their journey. I celebrate the hand of God upon them, and stay faithful to the lane I've been given. My steps are ordered, my hands are blessed, and my voice carries weight in the spirit realm. I am not forgotten. I am not overlooked. I am chosen. My name is known in the courts of heaven. I am remembered by the Lord, and the works of my hands are recorded in his books. Every seed I sow is acknowledged by the one who sees all. It is written, the eyes of the Lord are toward the righteous, and his ears toward their cry. I arise each day with renewed strength. My rest is sweet, and my days are fruitful. My thoughts are not cluttered, they are clear and inspired. My mind is not weary, it is refreshed like the morning dew. I am not running on empty, I overflow. I am surrounded by divine companionship. My circle is purified. The people in my life are divinely assigned. I do not attract confusion. I attract covenant alignment. Those who walk with me carry honor, loyalty, and purity of spirit. There is no deceit in my camp. My dreams are not fantasies, they are previews of my coming reality. What I see in the secret place is what I will walk in publicly. There is no limitation to what God can do through me. My dreams are too small compared to what God has in store. It is written, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my eye upon you. I do not rush ahead of divine direction. I wait without anxiety. I move without fear. I trust without wavering. I walk even when I can't see the full path, because I know the one who leads me holds the blueprint of my future. I follow the voice that never lies. I am not defined by my past moments. I am not limited by my past experiences. I am ever evolving, transformed from glory to glory. I walk in the new, the fresh, the now. I let go of the weights that once entangled me. I have no allegiance to the pain of yesterday. I declare the blessing of divine acceleration. What would have taken years is accomplished in moments by the Spirit's power. I walk through supernatural timelines. My harvest is not delayed. My reaping is abundant. The drought is over. It is written, for the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those who walk uprightly. I see through eyes of faith. I do not panic in the presence of giants. I do not flinch in the face of threats. I am the one God trusts to carry the mantle. I am fearless, not because I am strong, but because he is with me. My confidence is not in my own flesh. It is in the unchanging faithfulness of my God. I walk with the heart of a builder. I am establishing legacies that will outlive me. I am laying foundations of righteousness, truth, and spiritual inheritance. The generations after me will walk in blessings I prepared. My obedience today is planting trees that others will rest under. I will not be silenced by circumstances. My mouth is filled with declarations that shift the atmosphere. I prophesy what I desire, not what I see. I do not echo fear. I release faith. My words are not empty, they are loaded with the fire of the Spirit. It is written, "You shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water. And I will take sickness away from among you." My body is not a vessel of affliction, it is a temple of strength. Health flows through me. Wholeness is my portion. Sickness cannot take root in this body. I live in divine wellness. Restoration is my default condition. I am full of vitality. Every system in me functions according to heavenly design. My ears are tuned to divine instruction. I am not distracted by noise. I am not lured by lesser voices. I am committed to the frequency of heaven. My discernment is sharp. I can detect what is unseen. I recognize what is from God and what is counterfeit. I walk with the spirit of perseverance. I do not retreat. I do not resign. I do not surrender my calling. I continue when others stop. I endure when others quit. I advance when others retreat. I press on until I lay hold of what was laid on me from the beginning. It is written, "He will guard the feet of his faithful ones, but the wicked shall be cut off in darkness, for not by might shall a man prevail." I walk in uncommon results. What others find difficult is made simple for me. What others work for in toil, I receive by favor. I carry the evidence of the hand of God on my life. Doors open before I knock. Mountains move at my arrival. Opportunities find me. There is no barrenness in my portion. I am fruitful in every dimension. My mind is productive. My spirit is active. My assignments yield results. My words birth impact. Everything connected to me flourishes. I do not fear transition. I do not mourn the closing of chapters. I embrace the new doors God is opening. When He says move, I move. When He says wait, I wait. I am synchronized with heaven's calendar. I am not behind. I am not too early. I am right on time. I am drenched in divine counsel. I make sound decisions. I avoid traps. I discern motives. I navigate every season with precision. The Spirit of God teaches me all things. I am not ignorant. I am informed by divine intelligence. It is written, "Those who trust in the Lord are like Mount Zion, which cannot be moved, but abides forever." I stand immovable. I will not crumble. I will not cave in. I will not disappear in the pressure. I stand tall, firm, and steady. My foundation is the Lord, and He cannot be shaken. I rise above discouragement. I laugh at impossibilities. I dance on what tried to destroy me. I am not wandering. I am established. I am not lost. I am guided. I am not forgotten. I am remembered. I am not defeated. I am victorious. I am not ordinary. I am rare. I am not replaceable. I am uniquely anointed. I am not one of many, I am one of one. I am heaven's answer to someone's cry. I am the vessel God is using for His plan. I am the one who stood when others bowed. I am the one who spoke when others were silent. I am the light on a hill, the salt in the earth, the proof that God still speaks. It is written, the righteous will flourish like the palm tree and grow like a cedar in Lebanon. I flourish in times of drought. I blossom in seasons of dryness. I grow in the midst of adversity. I expand when others contract. I multiply in famine. I rise in difficulty. I build when others break. I will finish strong. I will complete every assignment. I will reach the finish line with no potential left behind. My destiny will not be abandoned. My calling will not be cut short. My journey will be fulfilled. Every page written about me in heaven shall be lived out in full. I have been given spiritual understanding beyond natural comprehension. My steps are anchored by divine counsel, and I dwell in the knowledge that surpasses human thought. I do not stumble in confusion, for divine discernment is active within me. I move forward in alignment with heavenly intention. I live by instructions whispered by the Spirit, and I walk confidently where others hesitate. I see what others cannot perceive, for light illuminates my vision. I build according to the pattern shown from above. It is written, the entrance of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. I carry the mantle of heavenly wisdom. Every place my foot touches is governed by insight from above. I do not make choices based on appearance. I judge with clarity born of revelation. I do not waver between opinions. I am settled in conviction. The mind of the Lord is mine through communion, and I possess the language of mysteries. It is written, call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things, which you do not know. I have been surrounded by the shield of divine favor. Wherever I go, doors open without resistance. I am marked by the fragrance of heaven, and opportunities find me even in unexpected places. I do not strive, I walk into prepared spaces. My efforts are multiplied by unseen help. My labor is never in vain, because the blessing rests upon the work of my hands. It is written, so shall my word be that goes forth from my mouth. It shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish what I please. I am equipped with spiritual might. I do not retreat in the face of adversity. I advance with confidence, for strength is poured into my being. I am not weary in battle. I have divine endurance to outlast challenges. My hands are trained for spiritual war, and my resolve is fortified by truth. I do not yield to pressure. I overcome by persistence from the Spirit. It is written, "The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, my God, my strength, in whom I will trust. I do not fear the unknown, for the path before me has been declared victorious. I do not walk alone, unseen messengers surround me. I dwell in an atmosphere of preservation. My habitation is guarded. I sleep in peace and rise in courage. I do not imagine worst-case scenarios. I visualize triumphant conclusions. It is written, "For he shall give his angels charge over you, to keep you in all your ways." I am a recipient of divine surprises. What I never anticipated has been released to me without delay. I receive unexpected provision, strategic help, and unlooked-for encouragement. I am not limited to the resources I see. I have access to unseen supply. I do not panic when the brook dries up, for I know ravens can feed me and oil can multiply. It is written, "He shall supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus." I carry an incorruptible hope. My expectations are rooted in the one who cannot fail. I do not entertain despair, even when others grow discouraged. I hope with unwavering confidence, and my hope never makes me ashamed. I expect divine intervention in ordinary circumstances. I am not caught off guard by miracles. I anticipate them. It is written, "Return to the stronghold, you prisoners of hope." Even today I declare that I will restore double to you. I have a mouth that shapes destiny. My words are not idle. They are seeds. I speak life, and life comes forth. I do not participate in destructive talk. I shape my atmosphere with declarations that align with heaven. I speak abundance, and it manifests. I speak order, and chaos flees. I do not echo negativity. I decree possibility. It is written, "You will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you." So light will shine on your ways. I am aligned with eternal timing. I do not run ahead of God. I do not lag behind. I walk in perfect synchronization with His divine agenda. I do not miss appointments that heaven has scheduled. I arrive in season and speak in season. My timing is not guesswork. It is governed by discernment. I am never late in destiny. It is written, "To everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven." I am not shaken by sudden news. My spirit is anchored in unchanging promises. I do not live by headlines. I live by declarations. I am unmoved by instability, for I dwell in a kingdom that cannot be shaken. My heart is fixed, trusting in the Lord. I rest, even when the earth trembles. I know the one who governs all. It is written, "Those who trust in the Lord are like Mount Zion, which cannot be moved, but abides forever." I walk in the overflow of divine encouragement. I do not run dry in the well of strength. I receive inner refreshment daily. My heart is strengthened by divine utterance. I am not crushed by delays, nor discouraged by waiting. I rise each day renewed. I receive continual infilling, and I am not depleted. I serve from overflow, not emptiness. It is written, "The Lord will guide you continually, and satisfy your soul in drought, and strengthen your bones." I am defended by the hand that formed the stars. I do not rely on human shields. I am not vulnerable to the attacks of darkness. I do not panic in spiritual conflict. The Lord surrounds me as a protective wall. One dwell beneath the banner of the Almighty. I have no need to be afraid of arrows by day or terrors by night. It is written, "The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run to it and are safe." I walk in irreversible blessings. What God has decreed over me cannot be revoked. No reversal shall be permitted. I am established in favor, rooted in increase, and confirmed in purpose. I do not fear loss, because restoration is my portion. I do not dwell on what was taken. I look toward what will be returned multiplied. It is written, "Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it?" I am a builder of spiritual legacy. I am planting what will bless generations. I do not live only for today. My choices are seeds in the soil of tomorrow. I speak, give, love, and serve with generational vision. My prayers echo beyond my lifespan. My obedience today builds doors for others tomorrow. I leave footprints that others will follow. It is written, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, but the wealth of the sinner is stored up for the righteous." I walk under open heavens. I am not limited by earthly economy. I receive downloads of ideas, creativity, and supernatural provision. I am not constrained by lack. I operate from divine surplus. I don't merely survive, I advance. I don't beg, I receive as a son of promise. I don't guess, I hear clearly. It is written, "If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land." I am never forsaken. Even in silence, I am seen. Even in quiet, I am remembered. I am never hidden from the eyes of my Father. When others pass by, He stands near. When all doors close, He opens His own. I do not beg for attention. One dwell in the affection of the Most High. My name is engraved upon His hand. It is written, "Can a woman forget her nursing child? Surely they may forget, yet I will not forget you." I walk in complete restoration. Every area where the enemy attempted destruction is being rebuilt with divine precision. What was scattered is regathered. What was lost is retrieved. I do not live in ruins. One dwell in redeemed territory. I possess what was stolen, doubled in measure and increased in glory. It is written, "I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten." I am never alone in the valley. Even when the path dips low, I am never abandoned. His rod and staff are with me. I do not grope through the darkness. I follow the lamp of his word. The shadows do not intimidate me. My confidence is in the presence of the shepherd, not the shape of the terrain. It is written, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. I flourish in adversity. I do not shrink in hard seasons. I bloom in dry ground. I grow where others wither. The fire does not burn me. It purifies me. The storm does not sink me. It lifts me. I am not defined by difficulty. I am refined by it. I come forth stronger, wiser, and more focused. It is written, when you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow you. I stand on a foundation that cannot crumble. I do not rely on sand. I build on the rock of unchanging counsel. I am unshaken in transition. My life is framed by divine instruction. I hear and apply the word. I do not merely listen, I act. Therefore, my house stands firm in every season. It is written, whoever hears these sayings of mine and does them, I will liken him to a wise man who built his house on the rock. I am not defined by opinion. I am identified by divine decree. I am not moved by labels placed on me. I am called according to his purpose, and what he names me cannot be renamed by man. I do not chase titles, I carry identity. I am known in heaven, and that is enough. It is written, before I formed you in the womb I knew you. Before you were born I sanctified you. I stand established in the unshakable foundation of God's wisdom. I move with insight from above, and my thoughts are governed by understanding that exceeds the knowledge of this age. I discern accurately and make sound decisions. For I am not left to wander without guidance. The voice of the Lord teaches me continually, and I do not lean on natural perception. I operate with discretion, and I possess the ability to distinguish what is excellent. I walk in good judgment, and my path is well lit. It is written, the entrance of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. I rise above confusion and the limitations of earthly reasoning. My mind is renewed daily, and I do not walk in circles of error. The counsel of the Lord sets me on stable ground. I dwell in safety because my choices are inspired by the Spirit of God. I receive divine strategy. I do not act in haste, but in alignment with heaven's timing. I am not caught off guard, for the Lord reveals his secrets to me, and I walk in what is hidden from the world. It is written, call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things, which you do not know. I am not intimidated by unknowns. My heart is secure in the certainty that God leads me faithfully. The mysteries of tomorrow are not hidden from the one who goes before me. and He has already prepared the way. My confidence is not in my ability, but in the God who appoints and equips me. I do not fear failure, for I am upheld with strength that cannot be exhausted. I rise with competence and courage. It is written, have you not known, have you not heard, the everlasting God, the Lord, the Creator of the ends of the earth, neither faints nor is weary. I live without anxiety. I do not borrow fear from the future. I am not burdened by what has not happened, for my trust is not in conditions, but in the one who holds time. I face this day with readiness, not restlessness. My spirit is not shaken, because my feet are planted in faith. I possess inner stability, and my decisions are not driven by pressure. The Lord guards my thoughts, and no lie of the enemy finds room in my mind. It is written, you'll keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on you, because he trusts in you. I am not trapped by habits of the past. I do not live under condemnation. I am released from every accusation that once stood against me. My history does not limit my destiny. The chains of yesterday are broken, and I do not wear garments of shame. I am clothed in righteousness, and I wear the garments of salvation. I have been made new, and my present is not a reflection of old struggles, but of divine restoration. It is written, He has clothed me with the garments of salvation. He has covered me with the robe of righteousness. I walk in liberty. I am not oppressed. The burden has been lifted from my shoulders, and I carry the easy yoke of Christ. I move freely, and I am not weighed down by expectations or the opinions of others. My identity is not based on comparison. I am not driven by competition. I celebrate who God has made me to be. I embrace my portion, and I flourish where He has planted me. It is written, you shall eat in plenty and be satisfied, and praise the name of the Lord your God, who has dealt wondrously with you. My steps are not random. I walk with purpose. I am not tossed about, for the Lord establishes my journey. Every place my feet tread is guided by the hand of the Most High. Doors open before me that no one can shut. The assignments that are mine will not pass me by. I am aligned with the will of God, and I move in step with His design for my life. It is written, the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and He delights in His way. I do not lack boldness. I speak with assurance, not arrogance. I carry the authority of a child of the King. I speak what God has spoken, and I do not hesitate. I do not shrink back when confronted by obstacles. I face adversity with unwavering resolve. I do not retreat in discouragement, for victory is my inheritance. I am more than able, for the Lord is with me as a mighty warrior. It is written, do not be afraid of them, for I am with you to deliver you, says the Lord. I am not empty. I am not barren of fruit or productivity. I bear good fruit in every season. Even in drought, I flourish, for my roots go deep into the stream of God's provision. My hands are blessed, and all that I touch multiplies under the favor of heaven. I am not stagnant. I am not forgotten. The blessing of the Lord surrounds me, and my efforts are established. It is written, "Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, and whose hope is the Lord, for he shall be like a tree planted by the waters. I do not dwell in dryness. My soul is satisfied. I am not desperate or drained, for I drink from the fountain that never runs dry. I live refreshed. I am renewed daily by the word of the Lord and the fellowship of his Spirit. Weariness does not define my day. Fatigue does not control my decisions. I rise with strength and I finish with energy that flows from above. It is written, "For I have satiated the weary soul, and I have replenished every sorrowful soul." I am not rejected. I am not cast out. I am accepted in the Beloved. I belong in the family of God. My name is known in heaven. I am chosen and cherished. I do not strive for approval. I live from the place of divine acceptance. My value is not determined by my performance, but by my position in Christ. I am not overlooked. I am called by name. It is written, "Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name. You are mine. I do not walk alone. I am not abandoned. My God is near and involved. I am never without his help. I am not neglected. The hand of the Lord surrounds me, and I am carried when I cannot walk. His presence sustains me, and I never face anything unaccompanied. I do not navigate life in isolation, for the shepherd walks with me through every valley and every mountaintop. It is written, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." I have no lack of direction. I do not chase shadows. I do not waste my years on pursuits that do not bear eternal fruit. I build with vision. I sow with discernment. I speak with clarity. I plant what will outlive me. I live with the perspective of heaven and the urgency of the Spirit. My time is not squandered. My energy is not misused. I pour out my life for what God desires. It is written, "Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom." I am not deceived. I do not fall into traps laid by the enemy. I see beyond the surface, and I discern what is real. I am not tricked by appearance. The Spirit gives me eyes to perceive. I do not fall prey to the lies of the world. My heart is guarded by truth, and I am anchored in what is unchanging. I hold fast to the standard of the Lord, and I do not compromise. It is written, "You shall know them by their fruits." I am not without support. I am carried by divine strength. I am lifted by everlasting arms. I stand, not by my own will, but by the sustaining power of the Almighty. I do not faint, and I do not falter. When my legs are weak, His strength is perfected in me. When my hands are tired, He upholds me. I do not collapse under pressure. I am steadied by grace. It is written, underneath are the everlasting arms. I am not forsaken in battle. I do not face opposition unarmed. I am clothed in divine armor. I wield the sword of the Spirit, and I hold the shield of faith. I overcome. I am not overrun. The enemy does not prevail over me. I have been equipped with everything needed for life and godliness. I stand firm, and I do not retreat. It is written, the Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. I do not doubt my calling. I do not envy the purpose of another. I am satisfied in the portion the Lord has given me. I walk with focus. I build without comparison. I develop what God has entrusted to me. I do not compete. I complete my assignments. I do not waste time envying another's path. I remain faithful to what has been placed in my hands. It is written, a man can receive nothing unless it has been given to him from heaven. I am not shaken by reports. I do not tremble at the news of men. My ears are tuned to the sound of heaven. I do not echo the fear of the world. I speak faith, not fear. I declare promise, not panic. I repeat what God has said, not what people predict. My declaration shapes my day. My voice carries the weight of His word. It is written, you will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you. So light will shine on your ways. I remain rooted. I will not be plucked up. I do not wither in hardship. I am not fruitless in dry seasons. I flourish even when conditions are harsh. I am planted by divine hands, and no storm will uproot me. The Lord Himself watches over me, and I am established forever in His presence. It is written, those who are planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. I walk in divine momentum. My feet are set upon solid ground, and every step I take is guided by the wisdom that comes from above. I am not hindered by the delays of the past, for the Lord has accelerated my journey and caused time to favor me. Doors that seemed permanently shut are now opening before me, because I carry the keys of faith and obedience. My mind is sharp, with insight that does not originate from man, but from the Spirit of the living God. I am not confused or distracted, for my focus is single and my purpose is clear. I discern the path ahead, and I refuse to turn aside to the left or the right. I advance without hesitation, because the light of heaven illuminates my way. It is written, you shall hear a voice behind you saying, this is the way, walk in it. When you turn to the right or when you turn to the left, I am never alone. My companionship is the presence of the Almighty who walks with me through every terrain, whether on the heights or in the valleys. I am never forsaken. I live surrounded by angelic forces assigned to watch over me and protect my every move. No threat prospers, no shadow overtakes me. I dwell in the safety of divine covering. My voice carries the authority of heaven. When I speak, I do not utter idle words. My declarations shake the unseen realm. I decree what heaven has established, and it is done. I do not beg, for I am a son of the King. I do not plead, for I possess the inheritance of the righteous. I declare the will of God boldly, and watch it manifest. I dwell in the overflow. I am not limited by natural resources, because I serve a limitless source. My storehouses are filled with more than enough, and I have all that I need to abound in every good work. I am not anxious about provision, for it flows to me according to divine timing and measure. My life reflects abundance, not just for myself, but for others. It is written, "The generous will themselves be blessed, for they share their food with the poor." I am quickened daily by the breath of God. I do not run dry. My spirit is refreshed morning by morning with new strength, new revelation, and new fire. My zeal does not waver, for I am anchored in the eternal. The flame within me cannot be quenched, for it was lit by the one who burns forever. I wear garments of readiness. I do not slumber in moments of divine instruction. I rise early, attentive to every whisper of the Lord. I live ready. My oil does not run out. My lamp does not dim. I walk with a heart prepared for every good assignment. I am a vessel fit for noble purposes. It is written, "Be dressed ready for service and keep your lamps burning." My mind is not conformed to the patterns of this world. I think differently. I see through the lens of eternity. I evaluate all things spiritually. My convictions are not swayed by trends or tides, but are rooted in the unshakable word. I am transformed daily by the renewing of my understanding. I see with the clarity of heaven. I have been entrusted with divine influence. My presence brings alignment. My words restore balance. My hands build up what has been torn down. I do not shrink back from my assignment. I carry the weight of glory and represent the one who sent me. I do not chase platforms, but I stand firm where I have been placed. It is written, "Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might." I am not shaken by opposition. Conflict does not deter me. I do not flinch when storms rise, for I know the one who commands the wind and the waves. I speak calm where others fear. I stand still and see deliverance. I am not tossed back and forth, because I am anchored in Him who is immovable. I do not chase after things. I attract what is assigned. I am not consumed with striving, for the grace of God is my portion. My rest is not laziness, but divine trust. I labor with diligence, but I do not toil in anxiety. My hands are diligent, but my heart is restful. It is written, "In quietness and in trust shall be your strength." I do not compete. I complete. I am not in rivalry with any. I cheer the progress of others, because I know my portion is secure. I walk my lane with contentment, and I run my race with focus. I do not compare my journey, for I know the pace of grace assigned to me. I am a builder. I construct with words and actions. I lay foundations where none existed. I restore ruins. I lift others by the counsel of the Lord. I leave behind legacy, not just memories. My fruit remains, and my labor bears witness of the Spirit's work in me. It is written, they will rebuild the ancient ruins and restore the places long devastated. I carry divine solutions. I am not a spectator. I show up with answers birthed from communion with God. My insight surprises the wise. My decisions carry weight. My suggestions release clarity. I do not fumble in the dark. I move with precision. My mind is aligned with eternal intelligence. I am not exhausted. I am continually renewed. Weariness may try to knock, but it finds no home in me. I rise above fatigue by the strength of the Lord. My inner man is strengthened with might. I soar. I do not crawl. I run and do not grow weary. I walk and do not faint. It is written, those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. I carry peace that surpasses understanding, but I also carry divine momentum that breaks limitations. I am calm, but I am not passive. I am still, but I am not stuck. I move in sync with the Spirit's leading. I do not stumble. I do not lag. I do not retreat. I am a steward of mysteries. I do not trivialize the sacred. I guard what has been entrusted to me. I pour out when instructed. I speak when given utterance. I am not a vessel of noise, but a conduit of depth. My words are few, but full. I carry weight in the Spirit. It is written, the wise store up knowledge, but the mouth of a fool invites ruin. I do not forget who I am. My memory is sharp with the testimonies of God. I recall His works. I recount His deeds. I meditate on His wonders. My confidence is built on remembrance. I do not panic, because I remember. I do not doubt, because I have seen. I walk in daily fruitfulness. I do not have barren seasons. Even in drought, I produce. My life blossoms in unlikely places. I am planted by streams of living water. My roots are deep. My fruit nourishes many. I am not seasonal. I am perennial. It is written, the righteous will flourish like a palm tree. They will grow like a cedar of Lebanon. I live in divine rhythm. I am not late. I am not early. I am always on time according to heaven's calendar. I move in step with eternal cadence. I am not frantic. I am not idle. I move in rest and power, in perfect balance. I attract clarity. Confusion is far from me. I make decisions with peace and assurance. I am not double-minded. I do not second-guess the whispers of God. I trust, I move, I obey. My steps are ordered. It is written, the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. I am known in the Spirit. I do not live for recognition on earth, for heaven already knows my name. My name is written, my labor is remembered, my tares are collected. My obedience is recorded. I live for eternity. I am not marked by fear. I am fearless. I am not reckless, but I am bold. I take territory. I speak up. I step forward. I climb higher. I tread on unfamiliar places with courage, because I know who sent me. It is written, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. I do not decay. My outer body may tire, but my spirit is ever strong. I grow in maturity, not in weakness. My latter days are filled with greater glory than the former. I am a testimony of increasing strength. I am aligned. I am synchronized with divine purpose. I do not drift. I do not wander. I walk the path appointed for me. I keep in step. I do not detour. I finish what I start. I end strong. I carry holy fire. I am not lukewarm. I burn. My spirit is not cold. I am fervent in my pursuit. I remain lit, even in the darkest hours. I do not flicker. I do not fade. I am ablaze with the fire of the Holy One. It is written, never be lacking in zeal, but keep your spiritual fervor, serving the Lord. I dwell in unshakable endurance. I persist beyond pressure, beyond trial, beyond the expectations of others. I outlast what was sent to break me. What tried to bury me has only deepened my roots. I carry the staying power of the Spirit. I remain firm when all around me collapses. I do not quit. I do not falter. I am established for the long haul. I am carved from the wisdom of eternity. My counsel is not from fleeting opinions, but from the mind of God. I answer with discernment, and I act with precision. I do not waste words. I do not move in haste. Every decision I make is rooted in divine understanding. I weigh matters with heavenly scales. Asterisk, it is written, the heart of the discerning acquires knowledge, for the ears of the wise seek it out. I am clothed with the might of God. I rise each day not in my own strength, but in the power of the one who never slumbers. My weakness is exchanged for his force. My frailty is swallowed by his might. I am not weary under the weight of my calling. I rise with new power. I stretch forth with new force. I push forward with unstoppable resilience. I operate in excellence. I offer the highest form of effort because I serve the Most High. I do not settle for average. I do not offer what costs me nothing. I pursue mastery because I reflect the nature of the one who does all things well. I refine my craft. I elevate my standard. I go above and beyond because he lives in me. It is written, do you see someone skilled in their work? They will serve before kings. They will not serve before officials of low rank. I am surrounded by divine timing. My days are not accidents. My steps are not coincidence. I walk in preordained moments. Nothing catches me unaware, because heaven has already gone ahead of me. I arrive when I am supposed to. I encounter what was meant for me. My timing aligns with the orchestration of the Almighty. I release what no longer serves my journey. I do not cling to what was meant to stay behind. I do not mourn expired seasons. I grow beyond the limits of the past. I stretch into the space that was waiting for me. I shed yesterday's weight and run with today's focus. I press forward. It is written, forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. I bear the seal of distinction. I am not hidden in the crowd. I rise with clarity. I stand with purpose. I reflect a light that cannot be ignored. My presence releases something different. My words leave a lasting imprint. I carry a grace that marks me apart, not to boast, but to fulfill. My voice is filled with solutions. I do not echo problems. I do not rehearse obstacles. I speak life. I offer insight. I shift conversations toward faith. I do not dwell in hopeless discussions. My language is seasoned with answers. I carry heaven's strategy in my speech. It is written, let your conversation be always full of grace, seasoned with salt, so that you may know how to answer everyone. I am increasing in capacity. I am not limited by what I once carried. My shoulders are expanding. My spirit is enlarging. I can handle more without breaking. I am entrusted with greater tasks, deeper burdens, higher heights. I grow into my next level. I am not overwhelmed, I am prepared. I am governed by holy restraint. I am not reactive. I do not speak from impulse. I hold my tongue when silence is wisdom. I wait when patience is power. I move when the Spirit prompts. I am not driven by emotion, but by divine direction. My restraint is strength, not weakness. It is written, fools give full vent to their rage, but the wise bring calm in the end. I am not waiting for permission to rise. I have already been commissioned by heaven. I move without fear. I launch without applause. I obey without delay. I do not shrink back because of the absence of recognition. I advance because the voice of the Lord has spoken. My hands release restoration. Where I go, healing begins. Where I labor, things are mended. I am an instrument of rebuilding. I sow wholeness. I mend broken things. My touch carries redemption. My presence revives what was thought to be beyond repair. It is written, they will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings. I possess strategic silence. I do not explain myself to those who are not listening. I do not defend what God has already confirmed. I am not drawn into fruitless debate. I reserve my strength for building, not arguing. I am wise with my words and focused on my assignment. I move without noise. I build without announcement. I grow without seeking attention. I make progress in silence, and results will speak for me. I do not need to be seen to be significant. My value is not in visibility, but in impact. It is written, "By their fruit you will recognize them." I am an atmosphere shifter. Where I enter, the environment changes. I carry divine energy that uplifts. I release what is needed in every room I enter. I am sensitive to the needs around me. I move with discernment. I bring order. I carry restoration. I bring new life. My hands will never be empty. I carry purpose. I release provision. I am never without something to offer. I am a giver of wisdom, strength, counsel, and encouragement. I will never lack, because I am always pouring. And as I pour, I am filled. It is written, a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. I am immune to discouragement. It may try to whisper, but I have tuned my ears to a higher frequency. I do not internalize temporary setbacks. I do not draw conclusions from incomplete stories. I rise quickly. I hope fiercely. I believe stubbornly. I endure courageously. I reject every counterfeit. I will not settle for what mimics God's best. I am not deceived by appearances. I see beyond the surface. I wait for the real. I embrace only what was crafted by the Master's hand. I do not touch what was not meant for me. It is written, every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights. I am not rushed. I do not chase timelines that were never mine. I move in sync with divine pace. I am not anxious about outcomes. I do not fear being late. I trust the unfolding. I rest in divine unfolding. Every delay is preparation. Every wait is a setup for more. I will never return to who I was. I am progressing. I am transforming. I am evolving. I refuse regression. I do not shrink back. I am not revisiting former mindsets. I advance with conviction. I grow into who I was always meant to be. I do not strive for man's approval. I do not adjust to fit opinions. I stand secure in the one who formed me. I am already accepted. I am already approved. I live to please the one who called me, not the crowds around me. It is written, if I was still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ. I release all bitterness. I carry no offense. I hold no grudges. I travel light. My heart is free to love. My hands are free to serve. My mind is free to dream. My spirit is free to fly. I walk unburdened by the wounds of others. I forgive, and I keep moving. I sow without fear. I give when led. I release what is in my hand, because I know there is more where that came from. I am not afraid to part with what I have. I plant into futures I cannot yet see, knowing the harvest is already promised. It is written, cast your bread upon the waters, for after many days you will find it again. I am no longer hiding. I step into visibility when God calls me forth. I do not apologize for the light I carry. I do not shrink from the platform I've been given. I stand upright. I speak boldly. I move fully in the assignment placed in my hand. I steward silence and sound. I know when to speak and when to wait. I know when to shout and when to whisper. I carry both volume and quietness with intention. I am not random. I am not clumsy with timing. I know when to release and when to hold back. I am equipped for resistance. I do not fall at the first sign of trouble. I endure hardness with maturity. I do not ask to be removed from the trial, I ask to be made strong through it. I do not avoid the fire, I emerge purified from it. It is written, endure hardship as discipline. God is treating you as His children. I advance with intelligent boldness. My confidence is not arrogance, it is alignment. I know who goes before me. I know who walks with me. I know who backs me. I take up space with grace. I move with calm certainty. I embrace responsibility. I do not avoid weighty tasks. I am ready to carry what others fear. I step into roles that require courage. I lead when others draw back. I assume position because I've been prepared in the secret place. I am not moved by popularity. I am faithful to the call. I do not serve for applause. I serve for legacy. I do not perform for crowds. I obey the whispers. I follow the narrow road. I am loyal to my purpose. It is written, whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. I do not despise small beginnings. I honor every stage. I celebrate every step. I recognize that greatness starts in secret. I give my best in the little. I maximize what I've been given. I do not wait for more to be excellent. I will not remain where I was yesterday. I will always be growing. I will always be deepening. I will always be transforming. I will not stagnate. I will not plateau. I will always reach beyond, stretch further, and trust deeper. I walk in discernment that exceeds natural ability. I see beyond appearances, and my understanding is sharpened by the Spirit. I am not moved by confusion, because my insight comes from the Lord who enlightens my steps. I interpret all things through the eyes of divine wisdom. It is written, the entrance of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. I move forward each day with divine promptings that lead me into fruitful places. My footsteps are ordained from above. I never dwell in uncertainty, for my guide is the everlasting one. I do not guess, I receive direction. It is written, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will guide you with my eye. Every decision I make is undergirded by the spirit of counsel and might. I do not depend on my own insight, but on the one who knows the end from the beginning. I step into doors that He opens, and no man can shut them. I bypass every counterfeit path and align only with what is real and right. It is written, "You shall hear a word behind you, saying, This is the way, walk in it." Whenever you turn to the right hand, or whenever you turn to the left, I function in favor that cannot be stopped. I am distinguished in every setting by the mark of God upon my life. His approval makes room for me in places where others are overlooked. I do not strive for recognition. It follows me. I am clothed in divine distinction. It is written, "For you, O Lord, will bless the righteous. With favor you will surround him as with a shield." I overflow with purpose. My assignments are precise. I do not operate in confusion or waste time on the wrong pursuits. I have clarity in my calling, and I give myself to the work prepared for me. My time is redeemed, and my energy is directed. It is written, "Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might." I am not hidden in this generation. I am a light set on a hill that cannot be hidden. Roots grow before fruit shows. I am patient in the hidden work. It is written, "For the earth yields crops by itself, first the blade, then the head, after that the full grain in the head." I walk with the fragrance of consecration. My presence brings the aroma of holiness. I carry no odor of decay or compromise. I diffuse the scent of righteousness. It is written, "Now thanks be to God, who always leads us in triumph in Christ, and through us diffuses the fragrance of His knowledge." In every place, I hold fast to incorruptible treasures. I do not chase things that fade. I gather that which moth and rust cannot destroy. My heart is fixed on the eternal. It is written, "Do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven." I steward time with reverence. Each moment is sacred. I do not squander hours, for I am aware of the divine weight every second carries. My calendar is consecrated. It is written, "See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time." I carry a spirit of holy curiosity. I desire to explore the depths of God. I am not content with surface knowledge. I dig wells of revelation. I seek and I find. It is written, "It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter." I move in complete obedience, not partial, not delayed, not selective. I obey fully, and immediately my response to instruction is swift. I find joy in compliance. It is written, "To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed than the fat of rams." I speak with the authority of inheritance. I do not beg for what has been legally transferred. I stand in what is mine. I proclaim what is already given. It is written, "Blessed be the God who has blessed us with every spiritual blessing in the heavenly places in Christ." I partner with divine mystery. I trust even what I do not fully understand. I walk by faith, not by explanation. I accept the unseen with confidence. It is written, the secret things belong to the Lord our God, but those things which are revealed belong to us. I am hidden in incorruptible light. Darkness may surround, but it cannot invade. One dwell in the brilliance of the Lord. I reflect what I behold. It is written, God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. I preserve my vessel with discipline. I do not give my strength to indulgence. I rule my appetite. I set boundaries. Where grace gives strength, it is written, every athlete exercises self-control in all things. They do it to receive a perishable crown, but we an imperishable. I rise above vain ambition. I do not live to compete, compare, or conquer men. I pursue divine significance. I seek only the applause of heaven. It is written, let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. I am governed by spiritual sobriety. I am not intoxicated with trends, emotions, or fame. I remain clear-eyed and alert in a world of distraction. It is written, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil walks about like a roaring lion. I engage with consistent devotion. I do not worship by mood. I seek God whether in abundance or lack. My pursuit does not waver. I remain devoted. It is written, continue earnestly in prayer, being vigilant in it with thanksgiving. I reap where I have not toiled, when the Lord appoints it. I walk into prepared places. I receive unearned kindness by the mercies of heaven. I do not resist favor. It is written, I sent you to reap that for which you have not labored. Others have labored, and you have entered into their labors. I meditate day and night on truth. My thoughts are full of divine patterns. I do not entertain worthless things. My mind is sanctified by Scripture. It is written, his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law he meditates day and night. I protect the altar of communion. My intimacy with God is guarded. I do not allow the noise of life to drown the voice of my beloved. I draw near without distraction. It is written, draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. I preserve holy imagination. I do not entertain corruption in fantasy or vision. I sanctify what I envision. My dreams are holy and guided. It is written, casting down arguments and every high thing, bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Christ. I wear garments that are not stained. I do not defile what I carry. My calling is preserved with dignity. I maintain the robes he has given me. It is written, let your garments always be white, and let your head lack no oil. I sow only into fertile ground. I do not waste time, effort, or resources where there is no divine instruction. My seed is intentional. My generosity is guided. It is written, "He who sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and he who sows bountifully will also reap bountifully." I am held by an unbreakable covenant. What binds me to the Lord cannot be severed by trial, time, or temptation. I am His, eternally sealed. It is written, "My covenant I will not break, nor alter the word that has gone out of my lips." I function with the discernment of the Spirit. I receive insight that surpasses what the eye can see. I recognize divine arrangements set before me. I comprehend things not taught by human reasoning. My decisions are aligned with heavenly instruction. I step into spaces preordained for my rising. I walk confidently in territories prepared for my dominion. I carry the mantle of intercession. When I speak, strongholds collapse. My voice penetrates spiritual darkness and enforces divine verdicts. I decree what is established above. I echo what is determined in the throne room. I am not silent in the presence of evil. I enforce the plans of the kingdom wherever I tread. I operate in strength that cannot be measured by physical effort. I am energized by divine capacity. I am resilient beyond explanation. I rebound from every difficulty with multiplied might. My inner man is reinforced with heaven's power. I remain unwavering when winds rise. I am not shaken by temporary circumstances. It is written, "I will go before you and level the mountains." It is written, "With God we will gain the victory." It is written, "You will pursue your enemies and overtake them." It is written, "The Lord will thunder from heaven against them." It is written, "They will come against you from one direction, but flee in seven." I don't cower in the day of adversity. My steps are consistent and stable. I do not retreat when the battle intensifies. I run with focus. I endure with precision. I emerge victorious because the one who leads me cannot lose. I am surrounded with celestial reinforcement. I am aided by invisible strength. I am not moved by flattery or criticism. I stand firm in doctrine. I am rooted in the foundation of the Word. I grow steadily into the fullness of the measure of the stature of Christ. I am not tossed about by new waves of teaching. I cling to the revelation of the unchanging God. I do not fear the unfamiliar. The unknown is not a threat to me. I am guided by a hand that sees the end from the beginning. I am not worried about tomorrow, because my days are inscribed in the book of life. I wake up into days already blessed. I journey through paths already cleared. I reign over every form of limitation. No embargo set by man or circumstance can hinder my advancement. I ascend above blockades. I am not restricted by background, location, or opposition. What God opens for me, no one can shut. What He declares concerning me stands forever. I walk in multiplied favor. Where others are delayed, I am accelerated. Where others are forgotten, I am remembered. Where doors shut to many, they swing wide for me. I wear the aroma of divine approval. Men are stirred to help me. Systems work in my favor. I benefit from mercies I did not earn. It is written, I will have mercy on whom I have mercy. It is written, I will do a thing in your days you would not believe. It is written, I have chosen you and have not rejected you. It is written, ask of me, and I will give you nations. It is written, I will surround you with songs of deliverance. I do not envy or compare. I am content in the lane designed for me. I celebrate the success of others while remaining focused on my assignment. My life is not delayed. I am not behind schedule. I am right on time according to heaven's calendar. I am positioned perfectly for my portion. I command influence with humility. I am not puffed up by my attainments. I understand that I am a steward, not an owner. I serve without seeking applause. I contribute without needing recognition. My impact multiplies quietly. My presence lifts others. My light gives hope without demanding attention. I receive angelic assistance. Messengers are dispatched on my behalf. They bear answers to petitions. They enforce divine orders. They shield me from unseen danger. I walk among men protected by heaven's warriors. I am not alone in this world. Help always surrounds me. My ears are trained to distinguish divine frequency. I do not follow strangers. I recognize the shepherd's voice. I do not doubt when I hear instructions from above. I do not hesitate when told to act. Obedience is my nature. Alignment is my posture. Faith is my response. I do not dwell on past errors. My history is not my destiny. I forget what is behind and press forward. I do not nurse regrets. I do not cradle failures. I break the power of yesterday over my today. I walk in the freshness of mercy that is new every morning. I am not bound to the old. I flourish in the new. It is written, behold, I make all things new. It is written, your latter days will be greater than the former. It is written, you will forget the shame of your youth. It is written, those who look to him are radiant. It is written, you shall be called by a new name. I stand on the solid rock. I carry solutions for problems yet unsolved. I arise to take my place without fear. I have something to offer, and I deliver it with boldness. It is written, let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. My words carry weight. I speak with grace, wisdom, and power. I am not silent in the face of adversity. I speak with authority, and mountains move. I do not waste my voice on foolish arguments. I speak what builds, what heals, and what aligns with heaven. It is written, a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in settings of silver. I carry a spirit of endurance. I do not faint in the day of adversity. I rise above weariness and press toward the mark. Nothing breaks me, for my strength is renewed like the eagle's. I do not stop midway, I finish what I start. It is written, let us not grow weary while doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. My life is a channel of refreshing. I pour into others from the overflow within me. I am not drained, for I draw from living waters. My counsel revives, my presence uplifts, my prayers restore. I am a well that never runs dry. It is written, the generous soul will be made rich, and he who waters will also be watered himself. I function in divine order. My steps are established and steady. I am not scattered in thought or action. My priorities are aligned with heaven. I walk in structured grace. It is written, let all things be done decently and in order. I am covered by divine safety. No evil befalls me, no harm overtakes me. I do not live in fear or anxiety, for I abide under the shadow of the Almighty. My security is not in the visible, but in the one who never sleeps. It is written, the Lord shall preserve your going out and your coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. I operate in legacy. What I build will outlast me. My life is not lived for now alone. I plant seeds that will yield generations of impact. My labor is not in vain. It is written, one generation shall praise your works to another, and shall declare your mighty acts. I am surrounded by help. I am never alone in my assignment. The right people, the right voices, and the right alliances come into my life by divine appointment. I am strengthened by those sent from God. It is written, two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. I think thoughts of excellence. I reject mediocrity and rise to higher standards. I am diligent in all I do. Slothfulness has no place in my journey. I do not take shortcuts. I labor with integrity and rise with distinction. It is written, do you see a man who excels in his work? He will stand before kings. He will not stand before unknown men. I overcome every accusation. I am not defined by my past or by human judgments. My record is cleansed, and my reputation is secured by the Lord. I walk in integrity, and my defense is from heaven. It is written, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. I grow in grace and increase in spiritual stature. I do not remain stagnant. I am being transformed daily from strength to strength. I do not regress, I progress by the word and the Spirit. It is written, the path of the righteous is like the light of dawn, which shines brighter and brighter until full day. I carry a divine mantle. I am not ordinary or random. I function under an assignment from the Most High. I do not imitate, I originate from the Spirit. I walk with divine confidence and authority. It is written, you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, his own special people. I live with conviction. My values are not swayed by trends. I am rooted and grounded. My standards are built on the word and not on emotion. I am steady in my convictions and faithful in my walk. It is written, "Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stands in the path of sinners." I reflect divine creativity. I receive new ideas, fresh vision, and heavenly inspiration. I am not boxed in by tradition. My hands build what has not been seen before. I am innovative by the Spirit. It is written, "Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it?" I am not overwhelmed by burdens. I cast my cares before the Lord and walk freely in his rest. I do not carry what he has not assigned me. My soul is light, and my heart is steady. It is written, "Cast your burden on the Lord, and he shall sustain you. He shall never permit the righteous to be moved." I walk in unwavering hope. Even when I do not see it, I trust that God is working. I do not despair, for my expectation is from him. Hope anchors my soul and lifts my eyes. It is written, "Why are you cast down, O my soul? And why are you disquieted within me?" Hope in God. I am fruitful in every season. I am not bound by external cycles. My productivity flows from the Spirit, not from the circumstances. I bear fruit in drought and multiply in famine. It is written, "He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that brings forth its fruit in its season." I shine with the glory of the Lord. My countenance is radiant with the presence of God. I carry divine presence wherever I go. Darkness retreats when I arrive. I reflect his likeness in all I do. It is written, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you." I operate in heavenly intelligence. My mind is quickened. I understand mysteries and interpret the deep things of God. I am not dull or confused. My thoughts are clear and filled with revelation. It is written, "He reveals deep and secret things." He knows what is in the darkness, and light dwells. With him, I rest in divine sufficiency. I am not in want. All I need has been provided for. I lack nothing necessary for my calling, for my family, or for my future. Provision flows in abundance. It is written, "The young lions lack and suffer hunger, but those who seek the Lord shall not lack any good thing." I rise each day with divine agility. I am swift to obey, quick to perceive, and ready to act. I do not delay in aligning with the promptings of the Spirit. I am not sluggish, for I am fueled by heavenly momentum. It is written, "He makes my feet like the feet of a deer, and sets me on my high places." I walk in sanctified memory. My mind recalls the works of the Lord and never forgets his dealings. My memory is preserved, strengthened, and holy. I do not dwell on failure, but I meditate on his acts of power. It is written, I will remember the works of the Lord. Surely I will remember your wonders of old. My spirit is tuned to eternal signals. I pick up divine frequencies that others miss. I hear with clarity what the Spirit is saying, and I move in rhythm with the voice of the Lord. I am not deaf to revelation. It is written, Blessed are your ears, for they hear. I stand in divine reverence. I do not take holy things lightly. I carry a heart that honors God in all things. My posture is one of awe, and my steps are marked with sacred attentiveness. It is written, Let us have grace, by which we may serve God acceptably with reverence and godly fear. I am immersed in heavenly language. My words carry the vocabulary of the kingdom. I do not echo fear, doubt, or bitterness. My tongue produces sound aligned with the will of God. It is written, Let no corrupt word proceed out of your mouth, but what is good for necessary edification. I carry a sealed identity. I am marked by the hand of the Almighty. No voice can label me falsely. No opinion can redefine me. My being is affirmed by heaven, and I walk with the confidence of one who belongs. It is written, having believed, you were sealed with the Holy Spirit of promise. I overflow with soundness. My soul is not fragmented, and my thoughts are not scattered. I possess mental strength, emotional clarity, and inner harmony. My health is not only in body, but also in mind. It is written, you will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on you. I am aligned with eternal blueprints. My steps follow divine architecture. I build nothing from impulse. I construct by instruction. My life is not random, it is structured with heavenly design. It is written, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. I dwell in divine intervals. I understand the spaces between movements. I do not rush where I must wait. I perceive the holy timing in pauses and in progress. I rest in the interval, knowing God works both in silence and sound. It is written, in returning and rest you shall be saved. In quietness and confidence shall be your strength. My inner atmosphere is ruled by grace. I host an environment where bitterness dies, where striving ceases, where burdens fall. My internal space is holy ground. Worrying has no right of entry. It is written, let the peace of God rule in your hearts. I wear incorruptible focus. I am not diverted by distractions or delays. My eyes are set on things above, and I do not turn to the left or right. I finish what I begin with excellence. It is written, let your eyes look straight ahead, and your eyelids look right before you. I function with sacred precision. My actions are deliberate, my efforts are guided, and my influence is refined. I am not reckless with my opportunities. I administer well what has been entrusted to me. It is written, be diligent to present yourself approved to God, a worker who does not need to be ashamed, I overflow with spiritual adaptability. I adjust without compromise. I shift without losing cool. I bend without breaking. I remain anchored while flexible in execution. It is written, I have become all things to all men, that I might by all means save some. I flourish in invisible growth. I do not measure progress by what is seen. I trust the process of unseen advancement. I am not afraid of collapse. I do not worry about the shifting sands around me. I am founded on the chief cornerstone. My identity is unshakable. My worth is not based on man's verdict. I know who I am. I am what the Father calls me. I am an atmosphere changer. When I enter a place, despair bows to hope. Confusion yields to clarity. Stagnation gives way to movement. I do not conform to darkness. I transform environments. My words heal. My actions uplift. My presence reflects the one who sent me. I overflow with spiritual gifts. I do not hide my talents. I use what has been placed in my hands. My contributions are fruitful. My creativity blesses others. I do not bury what was entrusted to me. I invest it for the benefit of many. I multiply what I was given. I live under divine timing. I do not rush or lag. I do not copy others' rhythms. I honor the seasons of the Spirit. I am productive in due season. I reap when it is time. I sow when instructed. I wait when necessary. I act when required. I move at heaven's pace. It is written, in due time you will reap if you faint not. It is written, the vision is for an appointed time. It is written, the times and seasons are in his hands. It is written, you shall arise and have compassion, for the time to favor has come. It is written, blessed is the one who waits and reaches the end of the days. I am not driven by noise. I do not chase what is trending. I pursue what is eternal. I follow the narrow path. I do not imitate empty fame. I am hidden in Christ. My value is not in being seen, but in being sent. I wait until I am released. I don't run ahead. My soul is anchored. I am not tossed by opinions. I am not manipulated by pressure. I stand firm under divine instruction. I yield to the prompting of the Spirit. I rest when He says rest. I rise when He says rise. I remain still when He says stay. I walk in harmony with the unseen realm. I do not evaluate everything with physical senses. I see beyond what the eyes show. I know when heaven is speaking. I perceive when angels move. I sense when the cloud shifts. I adjust when the wind changes. I follow fire by night and cloud by day. I am not afraid of responsibility. I embrace the assignments entrusted to me. I do not shrink from leadership. I rise to the challenge. I equip others. I build with excellence. I plant seeds of impact. I do not waste what I am given. I steward well. It is written, to whom much is given, much is required. It is written, whatever you do, do it with all your heart. It is written, be strong and do the work. It is written, do not be slothful in zeal, but fervent in spirit. It is written, make full proof of your ministry. I am preserved in the midst of opposition. Even when arrows fly, they do not reach me. I am encased in armor from above. No strategy against me can succeed. I live under protection. I sleep in safety. I rise in strength. My steps are shielded. My plans are guarded. I am rich in grace. I carry a weight that is not of this world. I extend kindness where others withhold. I forgive before offense takes root. I release burdens quickly. I do not carry grudges. My heart is light. My conscience is clear. My mind is sound. I am not alone in my assignment. I am part of a divine network. I am joined to others running in purpose. I am connected to the body. I am nourished by the fellowship of saints. I contribute to the growth of others. I serve where I am planted. I honor those ahead. I encourage those beside me. I lift those behind. It is written, every joint supplies. It is written, iron sharpens iron. It is written, bear one another's burdens. It is written, where 2 or 3 gather, there am I. It is written, each one should use whatever gift he has received to serve others. I am built for endurance. I do not give up when things get tough. I am not crushed under pressure. I adapt without breaking. I adjust without compromising. I continue when others stop. I finish what I start. I complete my course. I fulfill my days. I have divine wisdom beyond the grasp of human understanding. I operate with discernment that surpasses the natural. My thoughts are aligned with heavenly strategies, and my mind is quickened with insight that flows from the Spirit. I navigate the paths before me with the counsel of the Most High, and I do not walk in confusion. It is written, the entrance of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. I am steady in my steps, because I am anchored in divine stability. I do not falter, and I do not retreat. My stance is firm, and my heart is confident in the one who upholds me. I am unshakable in purpose, and unwavering in direction. It is written, he will not allow your foot to be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. I walk in abundance that flows from the throne of God. I lack nothing essential for my journey. My cup overflows with provision for every assignment and every responsibility placed in my hands. I draw from the eternal supply of my Father. It is written, the young lions lack and suffer hunger, but those who seek the Lord shall not lack any good thing. My expectations are rooted in the promises of God. I do not look to the left or to the right, for my gaze is fixed upward. I am not shaken by delays or silence. I trust the timing of heaven, and I know the fulfillment shall not tarry. It is written, The vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. My life is ordered by divine orchestration. I do not stumble into accidents, for my times are in His hands. Nothing that concerns me escapes His view. He prepares me in secret and reveals me in season. I move forward, never behind. It is written, a man's heart plans his way, but the Lord directs his steps. I possess favor that cannot be earned by works. Doors open at the sound of my voice, not because of who I am, but because of the seal I carry. I am marked by heaven. I do not strive for recognition, yet I am recognized by grace. It is written, surely, Lord, you bless the righteous. You surround them with your favor as with a shield. I am bold in declaration because of certainty in the one who called me. I speak what I believe, not what I see. I proclaim what He has said, not what I fear. I do not shrink in silence when I have been given a voice. It is written, let the redeemed of the Lord say so, whom He has redeemed from the hand of the enemy. I am clothed in righteousness, not my own, but that which has been imputed to me. I do not carry shame or condemnation. I stand free, released from the weight of the past. I wear garments of salvation and a robe of covering. It is written, I will greatly rejoice in the Lord, for He has clothed me with the garments of salvation. He has covered me with the robe of righteousness. I advance with confidence because the Spirit of the Lord is with me. I do not walk alone or in my own strength. His breath is in my lungs, and His power is in my hands. I move with divine assistance. It is written, not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord of hosts. My boundaries are enlarged. I am not confined by limitations or restricted by human ceilings. I dwell in wide spaces. My territory expands without toil, because the hand of the Lord has gone before me. It is written, the lines have fallen to me in pleasant places. Yes, I have a good inheritance. I flourish where others fail. I blossom in unlikely soil. I am planted by rivers of living water, and I bear fruit in season. My leaves do not wither. My results are consistent, and my growth is unstoppable. It is written, they shall still bear fruit in old age. They shall be fresh and flourishing. My voice carries weight in the Spirit. My words are not empty. I speak with authority, not of man, but of God. I command mountains to move, and they obey. I declare things not seen as though they are, and the heavens respond. It is written, you will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you. So light will shine on your ways. I am not hidden from divine help. The eyes of the Lord are upon me, and His ears are open to my cry. I do not pray in vain. I do not plead without response. I am heard, and I am helped. It is written, Call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver you, and you shall glorify me. I carry heavenly assignments with excellence. My hands are diligent, and my mind is alert. I do not approach divine responsibilities with mediocrity. I give my best because I serve the highest. It is written, whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. My foundation is secure. I build not on shifting sand, but on the rock that cannot be moved. Storms may arise, but I stand. Winds may blow, but I do not collapse. I am rooted and grounded. It is written, he is like a man building a house, who dug deep and laid the foundation on the rock. I overflow with divine strategy. I receive blueprints from the mind of God. I do not guess or grope in darkness. I build what he shows me. I create what he reveals. I establish what he breathes. It is written, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will guide you with my eye. I do not run without direction. I move when he says go. I wait when he says pause. I rest in obedience, not haste. My steps are calculated by wisdom, not ambition. It is written, the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. I am fruitful in revelation. I do not lack clarity. The eyes of my understanding are enlightened. I see what others overlook. I hear what others dismiss. I perceive beyond the natural. It is written, call to me, and I will answer you and show you great and mighty things which you do not know. My reward is not from men, but from the Lord. I do not labor for applause. I serve the unseen one who sees in secret. He repays, he promotes, and he honors. It is written, your Father who sees in secret will himself reward you openly. I am established in the Lord's covenant. I am not a visitor to his presence. I am a partaker of his promise. I have access by grace and standing by faith. I walk under the blessing that cannot be revoked. It is written, my covenant I will not break, nor alter the word that has gone out of my lips. I refuse to be overwhelmed by what surrounds me. My focus is not on the waves, but on the one who commands them. I do not sink, I rise. I do not drown, I walk above. It is written, when you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow you. I am rich in mercy toward others, because mercy has been shown to me. I extend forgiveness without delay. I carry no bitterness. I harbor no grudges. I love freely and forgive quickly. It is written, be merciful, just as your Father also is merciful. I finish what I begin. I do not abandon divine projects. I am not distracted by the noise of life. I focus until completion. My hands do not grow weary, and my heart remains steady. It is written, better is the end of a thing than its beginning. My harvest will not be stolen. What is mine will not be taken. What has been prepared for me will reach me. My inheritance is secured. My outcomes are protected. It is written, you shall eat the fruit of the labor of your hands. You shall be blessed, and it shall be well with you. I am filled with wonder as who he is, and what he does. My awe of him grows daily. I never grow numb to his greatness. I tremble at his majesty. It is written, let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. Amen.